and then the show shall continue. Thank you so much for your kind attention. Once again, esteemed delegates, you will notice that some of our ushers this morning may humbly request for you to relocate your current seating, and that is purely for the aesthetics, just to make sure that our photos look as good as I can see them becoming now. Thanks again for your kind attention. Sound Master, your sound is excellent, sir. Just to give you some feedback before we get to work. Oh, and good morning, Botswana Police Band. Bagolo ba me ke a le dumedisa, ke lebogetse manno ha go lona ho. Well, if you have family at home and you want at home, well, if you have family at home and you quickly want to text them and let them know how it's going, you can do one better. Let them follow the Facebook page for the Commonwealth Africa Anti-Corruption Center, and they'll be able to watch every single moment of today's proceedings because we're live streaming courtesy of our hosts. Of course, I would never request for you to switch off your phone. That would be detrimental to many markets and several anti-corruption campaigns. So please keep your phone on for the sake of all of us, but kindly consider putting it on silent or vibrate purely out of respect for those that shall grace the stage. You're very kind. Ke a leboga. And yes, indeed, for the next 2 or 3 days while you're here, make sure to catch the BTV News Tonight, because I see my comrades from the national television broadcaster. Just standing by for the almighty signal. Rest assured, I'll let you know when protocol kicks in. Well, ladies and gentlemen, it's that time for you to join me in rising to receive the presidential delegation as we kick off the protocol for this morning's official opening ceremony. Please do remember to remain standing for the national anthem. Thank you so much. Thank you, ladies and gentlemen. You may take residence of your seats. That excellent rendition of our national anthem was delivered by my good friends at the Botswana Police Band, and they'll be performing again later today. It is my honor indeed to recognize the auspicious presence of the President of the Republic of Botswana, Your Excellency Dr. Mokgweetsi Eric Kiabetswe Masisi. Good morning. The Chief Justice of the Republic of Botswana, Your Lordship Terence Ranwane, the Speaker of the National Assembly, Honorable Pandu Skelemani, former Vice President of the Republic of Botswana, Your Honor Dr. Bonatsego Kitikilwe, Minister for State President, Honorable Kabo Moraing, Minister for Defense and Security, Honorable Kagiso Musi, Minister of Justice, Honorable Machana Shamukuni, Member of Parliament, for Tlokeng constituency, as well as the Minister of Communication, Knowledge and Technology, Honorable Tulagano Sehoko, Honorable Ministers and Assistant Ministers here present, the Commonwealth Secretariat Representative and Head of Public Sector Governance, Dr. Roger Koranteng, Permanent Secretary to the President, Mayor Emma Peluitlesi, and your Deputy, my lady, Mayor Matsidi Sobukole, the Attorney General of the Republic of Botswana, Mem Mako Abram, Chief of Staff at the Office of the President, good morning, Boyce Sebetlela, the Judge of the High Court and Strategic Partner for the Commonwealth Africa Anti-Corruption Center, Justice Lot Moroka, Ambassador of Botswana to the Kingdom of Belgium, Mem Masokua Masire Mwamba, members of the Diplomatic Corps, Your Excellencies, heads of international organizations, SADC Executive Secretary, Your Excellency Elias Mahosi, Director General of the Directorate on Corruption and Economic Crime, and our host in this commemoration ceremony, Me Botlhale Makgekgenene, Chairperson of the Association of Anti-Corruption Agencies in Commonwealth Africa, Me May de Silva, Permanent Secretaries, Senior Government Officials, Heads of Anti-Corruption Agencies in Commonwealth Africa, Chief Executive Officers across industries, Captains of Industry, Heads and representatives of continental and international strategic partners of the Commonwealth Africa Anti-Corruption Center, Heads and representatives of non-governmental organizations, our moderators today, Advocate Andy Mutibi, Head of Chief Executive Special Investigation Unit South Africa, as well as COP Mameya Tiwa Adu Dankwa, Executive Director of the Economic and Organized Crime Office, EOCO, in Ghana. My fellow performers this morning, members of the media fraternity, special good morning to Peño, our Chief Presidential Photographer, distinguished ladies and gentlemen, Dumelang Galamugel. You're very kind. Today is a very special commemoration. The organization that is hosting us today is the result of meaningful and consistent partnership. It's been doing some incredible work in the space of professional development of anti-corruption practitioners for 11 years, serving 20 Commonwealth African countries. I personally can completely be forgiven for thinking that perhaps these distinguished ladies and gentlemen that I have been watching and studying for the past few weeks in preparation for this event may have been so busy doing their very important work that they could have possibly forgotten to just stop for a moment and celebrate 10 years that have passed. That is why it has been agreed that it will be worthy, and it indeed is, to arrange this gathering as coined 10+1, such that we can acknowledge the various distinguished Africans that have made the CAACC possible. Well, my name is Giselle Kebakile. I'm a communications specialist and an entrepreneur in this country's creative industry, and I'm very humbled to be here today as your MC. Our opening speaker is an outstanding senior civil servant. She has held honorable titles in her career, including Permanent Secretary in the Ministry of Defense and Security for the Republic of Botswana. She was responsible for overseeing the control and administration of Botswana Defense Force, Botswana Police Service, and Botswana Prison Service in this position. Her responsibilities have also included the licensing and oversight of private security companies, She's been Deputy Permanent Secretary responsible for corporate services and then Secretary for Safety and Security in the Ministry of Defense, Justice and Security. She has been the quintessential faithful warrior at DCEC, having served as Corruption Prevention Officer to the strategic leadership position of Deputy Director General, Research and Policy. Her responsibilities including overseeing, managing and guiding the operations of the Commonwealth Africa Anti-Corruption Center, CAACC, from 2014 until 2017. She also oversaw implementation of national, regional, and international anti-corruption protocols. September 2023, the media in this country was decorated with her name as the announcement of her ascension to the DG's office made rounds. I've had the privilege of meeting her and thanking her for trusting me with this morning's proceedings. She rises now to deliver the welcome remarks in her esteemed capacity as the Director General of the Directorate on Corruption and Economic Crime here in Botswana. Ladies and gentlemen, me botlhale makgekgenene.
Thank you, Director of Ceremony. You've been very kind, Madam. Very unexpected. The President of the Republic of Botswana, Your Excellency, Dr. Mokgweetsi Eric Kiabetso Masisi, the Chief Justice of the Republic of Botswana, Your Lordship Terence Ranwane, the Speaker of the National Assembly, Honorable Pandus Gelomane, the former Vice President of the Republic of Botswana, Your Honor, Dr. Ponatsego Kidikilwe, Minister for State President, Honorable Kabo N.S. Murwai, Member of Parliament for Tlokweng constituency, and also Minister of Communications, Knowledge and Technology, Munga, this constituency, Sir, Honorable Tulahano M. Soroko. Honorable Ministers and Assistant Ministers here present, Commonwealth Secretariat, Representative and Head of Public Sector Governance, Dr. Roger Koranteng, Permanent Secretary to the President, Mayor Emma Peluitletsi, and your Deputy, Mayor Matsidiso Bokole, Attorney General of the Republic of Botswana, Mayor Marco Abram, Chief of Staff of the Office of the President, Ray Boyce Betlela, Judge of the High Court and Strategic Partner to the Commonwealth Africa Anti-Corruption Center, Justice Lot Moroka, members of the Diplomatic Corps, Tlokweng Council Chairman, Mr. Colin Muchotli, heads of international organizations, service chiefs here present, Deputy Commissioner Mwekento, Acting Commissioner of Police, Re Pimelo Ramakorani, Chairperson of the Association of Anti-Corruption Agencies in Commonwealth Africa, Commissioner May De Silva, Presidential advisors here present, Permanent Secretary in the Ministry of State President, my peers, Mayor Huitsimam Morekisi, Permanent Secretaries and senior government officials here present, heads of anti-corruption agencies in Commonwealth Africa here present, chief executive officers and captains of the industry, heads and representatives of continental and international strategic partners of the Commonwealth Africa Anti-Corruption Center, the leadership of Tlokweng, heads and representatives of non-governmental organizations, performing arts, members of the media fraternity, distinguished ladies and gentlemen, a very good morning to you. Good morning. Thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, in 2023, a decision was taken that a day should be set in early 2024 where the costs and the mileage of the Commonwealth Africa Anti-Corruption Center, Caacc, or the Center for short, will be recalled pursuant to 11 years of its existence. Distinguished guests, the day is here, the day is today. Director of Ceremony, allow me from the onset to express my gratitude for His Excellency, Dr. Mokgweetsi Eric Masisi, the President of the Republic of Botswana, for gracing this occasion. His Excellency's commitment towards the establishment of the center to date has been consistent throughout the 11 years. If you may allow me to take you down memory lane, during the center's formative years, His Excellency was then Minister for the then Ministry for Presidential Affairs and Public Administration, sir, when these engagements for the establishment of the center commenced in the years between 2011 and 2013 as the Portfolio Minister for the Directorate on Corruption and Economic Crime. His Excellency carried forth this dream during his tenure as the Vice President of Botswana in years 2014 to 2018. Today, ladies and gentlemen, he is the President of the Republic of Botswana and still finds time to appear in person and lead the procession in recalibrating and reminiscing the formation of the Commonwealth Africa Anti-Corruption Center. Your Excellency, please receive my sincere gratitude on behalf of the DCEC and the Commonwealth for facilitating the formation of this big organization that it is now. I wish to take this time to recognize and warmly welcome all those who found time within your busy schedules to become part of this significant gathering and historic moment. Indeed, the winds of change are blowing, and they are blowing towards Commonwealth Africa. Lo and behold, the fight against corruption is imminent, and with a step at a time, I can confidently state at this gathering that Commonwealth Africa will be liberated and freed from the scourge of corruption. Director of Ceremonies, let me particularly recognize and welcome our visitors from outside the country. I am aware that our visitors arrived safely in the country, and I've been reliably informed that your accommodation at different hotels within the CBD, accommodation is comfortable. So please relax and enjoy the unique African hospitality of our beloved country, Botswana. I have confidence on the team that is taking care of your stay, and by all means, seek assistance from them at any given time. Let me also take this opportunity to remind you that you are our tourists, and we have a plethora of shopping complexes and restaurants and many commercial and recreational amenities around the city. So please, take your time and enjoy yourself. Ladies and gentlemen, this program is packed, as you may have realized, but I believe there will still be time to experience Botswana. There will still be time to experience Gaborone. Botswana is a peace-loving country, and our citizens are very proud and eager to interact and sell our culture to you. Let me also state that our audience consists of people from all walks of life and different professions. Besides our VVIPs, we have in our midst other important delegates. We have heads of anti-corruption agencies from 20 Commonwealth Africa countries and focal officers for the center. We have further extended invitations to our leadership. This was premised on the magnitude of this occasion, hence our resolution to be as broad and as inclusive as possible. Director of Ceremonies, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, may I take this 1 minute to welcome you to this important event and pave way for other deliberations to follow. Let me therefore conclude by wishing you all a productive session and indelible commemoration which will forever be engraved in the history pillars in as far as the fight against corruption is concerned. Let me also declare, ladies and gentlemen, that although I recently rejoined the DCEC as the Director of Ceremony has just announced, I am part of the founders or alumni of this center. During its developmental stage, was the Deputy Director General at the DCEC. Therefore, I hold the center so dearly to my heart. And this commemoration is indeed befitting, Your Excellency. Right now, I'm so elated. I'm excited that I feel like doing the Michael Jackson, famous moonwalk dance. I wish I could do that when I descend from the stage, but unfortunately, I no longer have the moves. Once more, Director of Ceremonies, let me welcome you all to this occasion and wish everyone an enjoyable work experience as we deliberate and interrogate together how all these sectors that are under this roof, how they can strengthen and improve capacity building initiatives on anti-corruption for effective measures to achieve Sustainable Development Goal 16 of peace, justice, and strong institutions, which only prevails, as we all know, in jurisdictions with reduced levels of corruption. Bagaetsho, you are most welcome to this Caacc 10+1. It's just a coin, 10+1, it's 11 years. We slept a bit last year. 10+1 anniversary celebration, and we look forward to drawing rich insights from deliberations of this day. Good morning.
Who would have known that the big boss at DCEC has a spectacular sense of humor? Thank you so much, Batlali. We all feel tremendously welcomed. A round of applause once again for our host. So during this ceremony, we'll be witnessing the presentation of tokens of appreciation at some moment of the program for great Africans that have their footprint on this milestone that is being celebrated. And then we will witness as they sign a pledge that I'll tell you a little bit more about as the time comes closer in the portion of the program. Well, to swiftly move ahead on what promises to be a very busy program, which includes a break and then panel discussions, allow me to call upon the next esteemed speaker to take the podium rather. Well, in 2017, she was appointed as Chief Executive Officer of the Anti-Corruption Commission in the Seychelles. She has held various positions in this space of work. She has sat on various boards and panels, including Gender Advisory Panel in the Office of the First and Deputy First Minister of Northern Ireland, Belfast City Council for Good Relations, Partnership, and she has chaired the Strategic Women's Reference Group of the Northern Ireland Policing Board. Well, today she rises as she has arrived for this special ceremony to deliver special remarks. Please join me in welcoming the chairperson of the Association of Anti-Corruption Agencies in Commonwealth Africa, May de Silva.
Good morning. Please note. Director of Ceremony, Ms. Giselle Kebalikile, the President of the Republic of Botswana, Your Excellency, Dr. Mokgweetsi Masisi. Please, I do apologize for my bad Botswana language. Speaker of the National Assembly, Chief Justice, Ministers, Director General of DCEC, Dr. Roger Karangtang, members of the Diplomatic Corps, my fellow anti-corruption agencies, heads and representatives, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, all protocols observed. I've been given only 10 minutes, so if I read the whole list of salutations, it'll take up my whole 10 minutes, so apologies for this. It is an honor for me to deliver a few remarks as chairperson of the Commonwealth Anti-Corruption Agencies in Africa and as commissioner of the Anti-Corruption Commission in Seychelles. This is the 10+1 anniversary of Commonwealth Africa Anti-Corruption Center. a decade plus 1 year ago. I can't say 11 years, as it doesn't sound as good as 10 plus 1. This center was established to assist anti-corruption agencies in Commonwealth Africa. Today, we are a family of 20 countries, with Gabon and Togo joining us recently. Most of us send our agency staff here for much-needed specialist training. The theme of this event is strengthening partnership over the next 10 years. I have been a strong advocate of partnership working. The fight against corruption is not done alone. It's a collective effort as we all struggle in recruiting and retaining specialist staff. It is no secret that criminals are hiding their ill-gotten gains in other jurisdictions, hence the need to strengthen partnerships beyond our own borders. Working closely with the International Anti-Corruption Coordination Centre, the IACCC, National Crime Agency UK, FBI, Australian Federal Police, Royal Canadian Mounted Police, UNODC, all this has been a success for the Seychelles Anti-Corruption Commission. Through partnership working, we strengthen the fight against corruption, not only at a global level, but globally. The focus of the training center in the next 10 years is to build on the existing quality training and provide more in financial forensics, digital forensics, money laundering, and mutual legal assistance. As we all know, corruption is a financial crime, and we need to refocus our efforts in training our law enforcement officers in accountancy, asset tracing, and understanding the complexity of investigations when fighting corruption. The criminals are way ahead of us, and I believe that with the right investment and support from our partners, we can achieve a lot more. This center has huge potential, and we should be exploring possibility of accrediting the training programs with universities within Africa. They are our future partners. During the COVID pandemic, the Anti-Corruption Commission Seychelles sent 15 of its staff on virtual training, and 9 of our staff attended in person in Botswana. And to put it into context, our total staff number is 42, and that is not bad for a new institution that's coming up to 7 years old, or should I say 6 plus 1. Let this center be a beacon in fighting corruption, not only in Commonwealth Africa, but throughout the continent and the region. I thank you for your wonderful hospitality in your beautiful country, and I wish this center and its amazing staff and professionals many successful years in decades to come. Thank you.
My Lady May de Silva, ra go leboga e le ruri gore o bo o tlile kwano o tsere sefofane o tswa kgakajana ko metsing a mantla kwa ga lona le. For translation, please see me after class. I'm willing and able to share a couple of words. I like to say at events of this magnitude that the best word that you can teach everyone at gatherings like this is how we say hello, and that is in one of the languages that we speak in this country. We say hello by saying dumelang, emma, and dumelang means let us agree. So it's quite a powerful sentiment for you to take with you as you continue with what promises to be a very busy day. Well, let's take what we would call a musical detour, courtesy of one of the best in the game. I'm going to allow her to take the stage with as many minutes as she's been assigned. I'm with you the whole day. I'll tell you all about who Sebaga is after you get to hear for herself. Arma Mogele. Thank you very much, Sabaha. Certainly well positioned to be one of our greatest exports to the world when it comes to soothing music. In fact, my sister, in the spirit of being enterprising and creative and innovative, here we are with the world's power, the continent's power of fighting corruption. That's a really hectic job. Some of us just to get to experience your job when we watch TV and these thrilling movies, or when we read the incredible articles. So what I'm thinking, Sabaha Naka, is let's make a compilation. Some beautiful music that esteemed professionals like this can play between their cars, in between their meetings, to soothe the soul and fuel their very important work. If you agree, really, ladies and gentlemen, it's not corruption, it's encouragement for her to get creative. Well, because of the power of the internet, I could have Googled every single year of the milestones of this organization, but I would have to encourage you to not even take my word for it, because somebody much better placed than me is here and about to speak and take us through the history of this organization that hosts us today. Allow me first to tell you a little bit about the gentleman as he prepares to take the podium. He's had over 29 years and counting combined experience in lecturing, consultancy, and international organization management and leadership. He specializes in governance. And he's been advisor, head public sector governance for the Commonwealth Secretariat, making him the principal specialist responsible for the public sector's governance and anti-corruption at the Commonwealth Secretariat. His responsibilities include governance, anti-corruption, democratic and oversight institutions in all of 53 Commonwealth countries know his name. He's established the vibrant Association of Anti-Corruption Agencies in Commonwealth Africa and the Caribbean. He has conceived, midwifed, and operationalized the Commonwealth Africa Anti-Corruption Center in Botswana, which is a partnership between the Commonwealth Secretariat and the Botswana government. Ladies and gentlemen, this astute gentleman has been presented with many prestigious awards for his anti-corruption work, and yet again, I implore you, please do not take my word for it, because it is now time for him to take the stage and take us through the crux of the matter for this celebration, which is what has been happening over the past 10+1 years. Ladies and gentlemen, please join me in welcoming him to deliver the History of Commonwealth Africa Anti-Corruption Center and a special message from the Commonwealth Secretariat, Secretary General, Head of Public Sector Governance, Commonwealth Secretariat, Dr. Roger Goranteng.
Thank you, Director of Ceremony. Where I come from, Ghana, if you mispronounce people's names, you will be asked to slaughter a sheep. So, since I don't have many sheep to slaughter, I would like to associate myself with all the eminent protocols that I've already established. But I must seek permission from His Excellency, Dr. Masisi, the President of the Republic of Botswana. That one, I have to make exception to it. Otherwise, all protocols observed. I feel home. Why? Because every year in my role, I use one full passport. I complete one full passport. I am on my 15th passport since I joined the Commonwealth. And half of each of these passports is full of Botswana stamps. it tells you the explanation will come much later. I would like to start off, instead of a history, rather I will start off with a special message from the Right Honorable Patricia, Scotland, Caacc. Caacc means the King's Council. When Queen Elizabeth was alive, they were QC. So now we have Prince Charles. So we become King's Council instead of what a Queen Council. So it's Caacc. So I bring you warmest greetings from the Secretary General of the Commonwealth, the Right Honorable Patricia, Scotland, Caacc. I must say the Secretary General was excited when she received the invitation to attend the 10+1 year anniversary of Caacc. She called me to the side and said, why in Botswana they don't mention 11 years? Because in Europe, also we don't mention 13. So if you look at the houses in Europe, you won't see house number 13. So maybe there was something also about Botswana. I said, no, it's just for emphasis that it was supposed to have been 10 years, but we have added one more year. So that was 10+1. She was excited to have been here. However, she later realized that she had a proud commitment at the same period as the center anniversary celebrations. So she therefore asked me to express her sincerest apology for her inability to attend this important function. She says that the Commonwealth Secretariat understands the importance of capacity building as a critical element in developing human capital in the public service, and particularly in institutions at the forefront in fighting corruption. This is why the Commonwealth Secretariat has always responded positively and favorably to anti-corruption agencies' need for capacity building programs. The Commonwealth Secretariat view increased access to learning and development opportunities for anti-corruption agencies as a critical to creating a more agile, resilient, and responsive anti-corruption institutions within the Commonwealth. And that is why the Commonwealth Secretariat, in partnership with the government of Botswana, established the Commonwealth Africa Anti-Corruption Center some 11 years ago in Gaborone. The Commonwealth Secretariat sees the center as a flagship project which provides a visible and tangible demonstrations of the Secretariat commitment to support its members' anti-corruption efforts. I would therefore want to take this opportunity of the center's anniversary to thank the government of Botswana, particularly His Excellency, Dr. Masisi, for the enduring partnership and congratulate the center for its 10+1 anniversary. She says thank you. So that is the message from the Commonwealth Secretariat. Secretary General. Now, I'm coming to speak on what I was supposed to say on my own. And they had to do with the history of the Commonwealth Africa Anti-Corruption Center. The history of the center cannot be told without reference to the Association of Anti-Corruption Agencies in Commonwealth Africa. I joined the Commonwealth Secretariat in London, UK in 2008 as advisor governance. And in that role, I was responsible for supporting all the oversight institutions, integrity commissions, accountability bodies in the Commonwealth member countries. So I started off working with Supreme Audit institutions, the Ombudsman, the Accountant Generals, the Public Accounts Committee of the Parliament, and anti-corruption agencies within the whole of the Commonwealth. I realized that all these institutions were somewhat organized within the Commonwealth, and were having regular meetings with the exception of anti-corruption agencies. I must say, however, that there were some sub-regional associations such as that of East Africa, West Africa, Southern Africa, but with no Commonwealth-wide role or focus. It was at that point that I decided to focus more on anti-corruption in the Commonwealth. I started off on capacity building and also assisting countries to implement the national anti-corruption strategies by mobilizing all institutions and other stakeholders involved in monitoring, detecting, and responding to anti-corruption-related issues. These in-country anti-corruption projects started off in African Commonwealth countries. I started with Botswana. I can remember my first training program at the Commonwealth Secretariat was here in Botswana, where I was invited to come and train about 90 young investigators, prevention officers who have not had training for a while. So I came with Mr. Chua from Singapore. We were here for about 2-3 weeks, and we trained all the young DCEC officers. So I started with Botswana, then went to Zambia. I did in Ghana, Lesotho, the Gambia, the Sierra Leone, the South Africa, etc., before expanding to the Caribbean region, where I went to Dominica, St. Lucia, Grenada, and St. Vincent. And then I went to Asia, where I did it in Singapore. And this morning, one of the staff came, a very nice lady came to me and said, look, remember me in Singapore? And that we're talking about over 20 or so years ago. So I did a lot of programs in Singapore, Sri Lanka, and Malaysia in the Asia, so cover all the Commonwealth regions. The Association of Anti-Corruption Agencies in Commonwealth Africa. Now, following years of in-country anti-corruption work across the Commonwealth, particularly in Africa, and realizing that I could not, by myself alone, cover all the over 50 Commonwealth countries, I decided to have a regional approach for my anti-corruption work by forming regional associations. I was going to start it from Africa. I started looking for countries to host this very first conference. I then contacted the then Director General of the DCEC, Rose Erete, to see if Botswana could host the conference. Rose readily agreed because I've come to train their 90 people, so you have to agree anyway. So Rose readily agreed to host it. So in 2011, I invited all the heads of anti-corruption agencies in Commonwealth Africa to a conference in Botswana. A direct result or the outcome of the first conference was the creation of the Association of Anti-Corruption Agencies in Commonwealth Africa. Institutionalization of the annual conference. I informed the heads that the main objective of the conference and that of the association was to broker the exchange of ideas and practices among Commonwealth African anti-corruption agencies and the sharing of experience in areas where they have a comparative advantage. The host and the venue, I declared, for annual conferences will be rotated among African member countries. This led to the institutionalization of our annual conference of the heads of anti-corruption agencies. Now, after Botswana, I organized the second conference of the heads of anti-corruption agencies in May 2012 in Livingstone, Zambia. At that conference, I conducted a needs assessment of all the African anti-corruption agencies, and over 95% indicated lack of structured and systematic capacity building for their staff. It then became clear to me that a training center should be my next focus. I then informed the heads of anti-corruption agencies to discuss with their respective government to consider the possibility of hosting or sponsoring the training center for the anti-corruption agencies. I then received positive proposals from Botswana, Mauritius, and the Gambia wanting to host this training center. Indeed, Botswana offered the most concrete proposal to host the training center for the African Anti-Corruption Agencies, which we name it the Commonwealth Africa Anti-Corruption Center. Agreement. I drafted an agreement document having negotiated with the then Secretary General of the Commonwealth, Mr. Kamalash Sharma, for a quantum of funds for the center activity and requested in-kind contribution from the government of Botswana through Rose Seserete, the then DG of the DCEC. The Commonwealth Legal Council reviewed the agreement and passed it on to the government of Botswana for their input. The final agreement enjoins, and I quote, the Commonwealth Secretariat will commit to the center up to £1 million, that is 250,000 a year, for a period of 4 years to cover the activities and the programs. And after that, the Commonwealth Africa Anti-Corruption Agency's government will have to take over. The government of Botswana committed on its part an in-kind contribution of 5 fully paid staff, office accommodation, and provision of training facilities. The anti-corruption agencies themselves will have to pay the travel costs for their officers to assess the center's training program and activities. The launch. In February 13, the then Vice President of Botswana, Dr. Kidikiwe, and the then Commonwealth Deputy Secretary General, Mrs. Masekwa Masiri Wamba, we affectionately call her MM, signed the agreement document between the government of Botswana and the Commonwealth Secretariat and jointly commissioned the center. About 200 high commissioners, ministers, MPs, judges, and senior government officials from Botswana, as well as heads of anti-corruption agencies and anti-corruption officials from Commonwealth and developing partners, among others, attended the launch. The agreement document was endorsed by the heads of anti-corruption agencies at the time. Operationalization of the center. After the launch of the center, the government of Botswana, through DCEC, requested the Secretary General of the Commonwealth to release me to come to Botswana to operationalize the center. I therefore came and stayed in Gaborone for a period of maybe 3 months to operationalize the center. Given the goals and objectives of the center, if the center was to perform its main functions prescribed in the agreement document and the strategic plan, it will require staff to coordinate its key functional areas. Training, that is the training activities, research activities, communication, and political affairs and administration portfolios. To achieve this end, I designed the center organizational structure, job descriptions for its key staff. These were the center manager, the training coordinator, the research coordinator, communication and political affairs coordinator, and of course, the administrative officer position. I also designed a comprehensive training plan based on the mapping of Commonwealth Africa Anti-Corruption Agency's training needs assessment, which I did during the Zambia conference. I also crafted the center's project design document and strategic plan for the heads of anti-corruption agencies to review and adopt. I also made time to explain the center's goal and objectives, as well as its program, to Botswana media and the public in a series of press conferences and media soirées. The center received extensive TV, television, and media coverage at the time. Partnerships. The next activity I did was to organize development partners and stakeholders conference in Gaborone to provide opportunity for international development partners and other stakeholders to discuss their collaboration with the center. Such collaboration presented a vast scope for local and international institutions to complement the center's resources in assisting member countries in their effort to reduce corruption. Over 30 participants from international organizations, development partners, and other stakeholders attended the conference. Notable international organizations who pledged collaboration with the center included the World Bank, the UNODC, Transparency International, UNDP, the Basel Institute of Governance, Institute of Security Studies, and University of Pretoria, among others. Training programs. I also designed and ran various training programs with the center staff as a way of imparting knowledge and skills to them. For example, I pulled together an international partnership of UNDP, UNODC, Deloitte in South Africa, DCEC, Australian Aid, and University of Zambia to conduct monitoring and evaluation training at the time, among others. I then returned to my base in London after the center was fully operationalized and was up and running. Even then, the following 10 years, I have been coming to the center to mentor, to advise, and deliver training programs. My reflections and acknowledgement finally. Firstly, I would like to acknowledge the role and the support received by His Excellency, the President of the Republic of Botswana, Dr. Masisi, as the current DG has mentioned. Dr. Masisi provided or supported the center and make sure that he saw the center to see the light of the day. Thank you, Your Excellency. I must say it was His Excellency who explained to me the meaning of my name, if Excellency remember, at the time that we had a lunch. He says that my name, Korante, the Excellency said is Koranta in Tswana language, meaning in the news or in the newspaper. So I said, well, maybe Tswana, you were migrating from the north, so you left some of your family in Ghana. That's why the name is still there. This happened during the active participation, during his active participation at the launch of the center in 2013. The next person I would like to acknowledge is my former boss, the then Deputy Secretary General of the Commonwealth, Ambassador Masiri Mamba. You supported me when I was facing serious challenges from my colleagues at the Commonwealth Secretariat. And you know, the center was the first in the history of the Commonwealth Secretariat. So there was a lot of resistance. But you, MM, we affectionately call you MM, you were a pillar of strength. You supported me and stood by my side to push through the 1 million and all the things that I was asking for. Thank you so much, MM, for the time. You did well. Thank you. The next is the heads of anti-corruption agencies at the time. And I refer to the likes of Dr. Edward Hosea of Tanzania, Rosalind Wandi of Zambia, Paulus Noah of Namibia, Dr. Masisi Gams of Cameroon, Mr. Bako of Uganda, Mr. Lamode of EFCC Nigeria, Mr. Inta Impo of ICPC Nigeria, Mr. Joseph Kamara of Sierra Leone, and Mr. Tualane of Lesotho, etc. These were respected heads who supported me 100% and accepted every proposal I brought to them. They never second-guessed me. They never doubted my integrity, but kept faith with me. I sincerely thank them wherever they may be, because most of them are not with us. The only person who is with us of these original members is Mr. Paul Noah of Namibia and Dr. Masigams of Cameroon. And finally, it is obvious that I couldn't have realized my vision of setting this center if I did not have an understanding and hardworking partner, Rose Serete. Thank you for your support and your hard work, that we work together to make the center a reality. I also finally want to acknowledge the center staff that I mentored right from the beginning. Anna, Mapo, Lerato, and later on, Mr. Rancese, the center manager, joined. Thank you for your hard work that you have, over the years, given to the center. Your Excellency, hosting the African Commonwealth Africa Anti-Corruption Training Center in Botswana has given Botswana a huge, invaluable benefit in terms of global publicity. For example, last year in December in Atlanta, USA, at the conference of the state parties to the Caacc, after my presentation, CNN came and talked to me about the center and the country Botswana. It was there that I was told that if CNN gives you 50 seconds slot on their network, it will cost you $5 million for 50 seconds, not 1 minute. And yet, Botswana, by virtue of the center location, enjoys free global publicity. Not to mention other media giants like the BBC coverage of the center and other Botswana media. So having said all this, I must say, it has not been easy for me doing this work. When I'm at my lowest ebb, and that's when I look at the numerous letters of appreciation that I've received and the Secretary General has received on the work I've done across the Commonwealth. But one stands out, and the one that stands out is the letter that the government of Botswana sent to my boss, the Secretary General of the Commonwealth. And permit me to read only 3 sentences in that letter to conclude my remarks. And I quote, "Kindly convey our great appreciation and admiration to Dr. Roger Cranton for his personal effort, foresight, professionalism, hard work, and commitment to the cause of anti-corruption work, not only in Botswana, but the whole of the Commonwealth of Africa. He is an asset to the Commonwealth," unquote. Signed, Honorable Dr. Gloria Somolekai, was the acting minister for Presidential Affairs and Public Administration in Botswana at the time. Now, what can I say? Thank you, the government of Botswana. Thank you, Your Excellency. Thank you, the people of Botswana. I thank you.
Whenever he sees me on the other side of the stage, but out of respect for time, I will just invite you to please acknowledge our national protocol and rise in preparation for the presidential address by the President of the Republic of Botswana, Dr. Mokgweetsi Eric Keabetswe Masisi. As he makes his way to the podium, you might be interested to note we are now live on our national television station, BTV, as well as the BW Presidency Facebook and BW Gov.
Thank you. Kindly take a seat. The Director of Ceremonies, Ms. Giselle Kibakile, Chief Justice of the Republic of Botswana, Your Lordship Teres Noane, the Speaker of the National Assembly, Honorable Pandus Kelemani, former Vice President of the Republic of Botswana, Your Honor, Dr. Ponatsego Kidikilwe, Honorable Minister Moraing of State President, the Minister for Communication, Knowledge and Technology, Honorable Tilagana Sokoko, and also Member of Parliament for this area, Tlokwing, Honorable Ministers here present, Council Chairman, Dr. Quaranteng, representing the Commonwealth Secretariat and heading the Public Sector Governance section, the PSP, Member Peluitletsi and your Deputy Mabukule, the AG, Mr. Boyce Betela, Justice Lord Moroka, members of the Diplomatic Corps, Member May De Silva, Botlali Makgene and DG, and senior government officials, distinguished guests, all protocol observed. Good morning. Distinguished guests, institutional crusaders against corruption, I beg to let you know I am delighted to be with you this morning to deliver this keynote address in commemoration of the existence of the Commonwealth Africa Anti-Corruption Centre's 10+1 years anniversary. Allow me to commence my address by extending a warm welcome and hearty salutation, particularly to our esteemed delegates who honored our invitation and traveled from abroad to attend this momentous occasion. To you all, I say, Ra la amogela ka pula. The theme for this occasion is strengthening partnership opportunities for the next 10 years. This indeed is a relevant theme that confirms aspirations for the growth of the Centre over the next 10 years as it continues to support members of the Association of Anti-Corruption Agencies in Commonwealth Africa. I'm informed that the Centre's mandate is executed through 3 pillars, being 1, capacity building, 2, research, analysis, and policy, and 3, sharing experiences and networking. This 3-pronged approach, coupled with collaboration with strategic partners, has proven effective over the years. It is important to highlight that anti-corruption capacity building support to association members has been achieved through dedicated collaborative efforts with international organizations, development partners, and consultants. Noteworthy is that particular capacity building programs recur annually, such as monitoring and evaluation of anti-corruption strategies, professional ethics and integrity, and financial investigations. These programs are fundamental to the contemporary fight against corruption. I therefore commend the Centre for adopting this collaborative approach with a range of partners in line with its strategic objectives. In this regard, I wish to state that my government fully supports the Centre's work and the role it is currently fulfilling to members of the association. The Centre's mandate reinforces Botswana's posture as a country that does not tolerate corruption and its associated offenses. This is a position which I pledge to maintain as the President of the Republic of Botswana. I'd like to echo the somber words of the Secretary General of the United Nations during the height of the COVID-19 pandemic, when he defined corruption as, and I open quote, criminal, immoral, and the ultimate betrayal of public trust, close quote. Adding that, open quote, it is even more damaging in times of crises, as the world is experiencing now with the COVID-19 pandemic, close quote. Certainly, corruption manifests at different levels and in different forms as an unethical and immoral issue in the sense that it is a breaking of agreed upon rules for delivering a service or transacting a business fairly and transparently without the intention of personal benefit at the expense of other valuable people, vulnerable people. Yet it is also abetted by weak laws and systems within nation states that neither map the intricate acts of its commission nor met out stringent and deterrent punishment to perpetrators of criminal acts of corruption. Once they have been apprehended, prosecuted, and convicted, of wrongdoing. Many a times, through the gaps in the laws, especially in sentencing that juxtaposes some prison term with options of being fined, the options of a fine are laughable and a slap on the wrist. Even more troubling is the structural occurrence of corruption, when networks of criminally minded individuals connive or conspire with institutions to subvert the systems of control, checks, and monitoring through fraudulent means so as to evade detection and being held accountable. However, I am pleased to state that in the context of Botswana, our legal framework to fight corruption has been strengthened through the promulgation of the following laws. 1, the Proceeds and Instruments of Crime Act. 2, the Whistleblowing Act. And 3, the Financial Intelligence Act. Not only is corruption criminal, unethical, and immoral, it is also financially corrosive of the state's capacity to deliver on policies and their associated services, projects, and programs meant to improve the livelihoods and opportunities of the citizenry to lead decent lives with human dignity. Since corruption facilitates the hemorrhaging of state coffers, if left unchecked, it brings about the breakdown of the social contract that should subsist between the state and the citizenry, and ultimately results in the collapse of any semblance of legitimate authority of the state. And when the public trust in the state reaches rock bottom, we then have failed states, where the vulnerable lead perilous lives every moment of their waking hours. This deplorable situation results in the reproduction of a perpetual cycle of human suffering for the majority at the hands of the greedy but connected few who wrap the purposes of societal structures and systems and thus negating the imperatives of good governance. According to the 2021 United Nations Office on Drugs and Crime, UNODC, Corruption and Economic Crime Annual Report, Africa loses more than $89 billion a year to illicit financial flows, including corruption. $89 billion a year to illicit financial flows, including corruption. Since women and girls often have less access to health and education, they suffer most from the impact of corruption on aid, budgets, and government spending. A worrisome global manifestation of corruption takes the form of money laundering, which may also be referred to as the circuit of illicit financial flows, or if you like, acronyms like those who work in the United Nations and sometimes Commonwealth, IFFS. Therefore, through the Center, there is need to enhance the understanding of the linkages between corruption and the illicit financial flows, and thereby develop interventions that can be pursued at national and regional levels. There's also a need for anti-corruption agencies to fully appreciate the global and continental trends of IFFS so that the agreed interventions can be synchronized with continental and global efforts. In this regard, the Commonwealth Anti-Corruption Center becomes a vehicle that is pivotal in the anti-corruption crusade in Commonwealth Africa. Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, it is very striking and concerning that the report of the 2023 Corruption Perception Index demonstrates that the world is not doing well in the fight against corruption. This does not bode well for the aspirations of shared prosperity and justice for all of humanity. The CPI ranks 180 countries and territories around the globe by their perceived levels of public sector corruption, and from the recent report, 90% of countries in Africa scored less than 50%, while globally over 2/3 of the 180 reviewed countries scored below 50 and averaged 43. Despite improvement in some countries, Sub-Saharan Africa maintains the lowest average at 33, with democracy and the rule of law perceived to be under pressure. While some countries have marginal improvement in the positive perception of corruption levels diminishing, most of them reflect scores of perception of corruption levels that are either stagnant or worsening. This means that the tendencies for the commission of corrupt acts and practices are increasing rather than abating. Therefore, members of the association must redouble their efforts to arrest this situation. The perceived global decline in justice and the rule of law is enabling impunity for corruption around the world. In the context of our African continent, these results are an indictment on the Commonwealth Africa Anti-Corruption Center to ensure implementation of robust programs to effectively capacitate members of the association. They indicate less traction in the gains of the war against corruption and call for serious review of the concerted efforts marshaled by various actors and state parties. However, in spite of the seemingly gloomy picture of proclivities for entertaining corruption, I'm happy to note that since inception, the Center has trained 2,300 officers across Commonwealth Africa countries, predominantly from anti-corruption agencies and oversight institutions. Congratulations. The Center has been able to gradually increase the number of training programs offered annually in an effort to meet the training needs of anti-corruption agencies and other comparable agencies. These training programs are therefore designed to cover critical and relevant anti-corruption subjects, addressing both proactive and reactive mandates. Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, as we commemorate these 10+1 years of the Commonwealth Africa Anti-Corruption Center's existence, let us reflect on the positive changes brought about by the collective efforts facilitated by the Center and further examine the gaps that require attention to ensure that it continues to grow stronger and formidable in the years ahead for our benefit. I know that one of the gaps that was identified relates to exit management. As a result, the Center conducted a training program on the management of exhibit management. As a result, the Center conducted a training program on the management of exhibits and guided the development of a manual on exhibit management that is currently being used as a guiding tool. Certainly, ladies and gentlemen, the above could not have been possible without the financial and technical support of the Commonwealth Secretariat. We are indebted to the support from the Commonwealth Secretariat since the developmental years of the Center, from the development years of the Center to date. The Center is indeed a visible and solid demonstration of the Commonwealth Secretariat's commitment to support members' anti-corruption efforts. To the heads of international organizations and development partners who have agreed and graced this occasion, I applaud you for choosing the Center as a collaborative partner. Your financial support, provision of consistent technical expertise, and information exchange affirms your solidarity and mutual support in combating corruption. All the members of the Association of Anti-Corruption Agencies can attest to the benefits they have derived with respect to improving their practices and procedures to combat corruption. The Center has become a prime vehicle for fostering and maintaining relationships across all anti-corruption agencies within Commonwealth Africa. The gains from the collaboration with partners and members of the association must translate into impactful outcomes and improvements in levels of corruption in Commonwealth African countries. Collaboration with our key partners must therefore be enhanced and maintained amongst all members of the association in an effort to achieve corrupt-free societies. The desire to rid the world of corruption has therefore created opportunities for anti-corruption agencies and partners to create outcomes that will be beneficial for all the citizens of Commonwealth African countries and the world at large. To our dear global partners, I have no doubt that the center will continue to grow from strength to strength over the years with your continued support. The impeccable milestones that have been achieved are a true testament to this. Let me once more reiterate the stance of my government, the government of Botswana, to fully support the Commonwealth Africa Anti-Corruption Center to achieve its intended objectives. It is my desire to see the center expand its footprint beyond Commonwealth Africa. I trust that in the next 10 years, the center will have evolved into a strategic, collaborative partner and institution, creating long-lasting and meaningful relationships aimed at combating corruption and thereby promoting good governance. And yes, the Botswana government will be right there with you all the way. I'd like to see other regions of the world emulate our success story, as has been done in the Caribbean with the establishment of the Commonwealth Caribbean Association of Integrity Commissions and anti-corruption bodies. The center possesses countless opportunities for collaboration and growth, and I implore its staff to tap into these. In conclusion, may I take this opportunity to wish you all productive deliberations throughout the day. I encourage our visitors from outside Botswana to take time to explore our beautiful city and all that it has to offer. And I particularly welcome back Ambassador Masakwa Masire Mwamba. Thank you for your attention. Have a good morning.
Well, ladies and gentlemen, at this moment, at the foot of the majestic stage steps, His Excellency will be presented with a token of appreciation by our host for today's commemoration ceremony. That is, of course, DG Makhekenene, as well as our Minister for State President, Honorable Morwaeng. Ke ra gore ha ile gore wa kanya gore mogolokwane wa gago o ka kopana le wa ga khoni o ka leka tlhe motho o montle go dimphompho tse dintle tse di neelwang bagolo tlhe nkgonne ka ko nyame o ilikile motho o motona A beautiful presidential gift indeed. Now, ladies and gentlemen, His Excellency has very, very generously agreed to participate in the next leg of the ceremony. He's now been presented with his token of appreciation and is just about to present tokens of appreciation to the great Africans that have walked this journey of CAACC. In fact, I shall tell you of our first recipient as we prepare to receive him, where the President stands. Dr. Bonatseho Kidikilwe, renowned statesman, having diligently served the country, has served in several government ministries and in the country's executive as a minister. Furthermore, Dr. Kidikilwe has also served in various parastatals and private sector in Botswana. 1992, the good doctor was appointed to chair the Presidential Commission on Education. He was appointed Vice President of the Republic of Botswana on the 1st of August 2012 and served until 2014. It was during this time, ladies and gentlemen, as Vice President, that Botswana endorsed the hosting of CAACC, leading to the signing of the agreement to operationalize the Association of the Heads of Anti-Corruption Agencies in Commonwealth Africa on the 25th of February 2013. Ladies and gentlemen, Dr. Bonatseho Kidikilwe. And thank you very much to our Honorable Minister of Defense and Security for joining us in the presentations. Very shortly, these distinguished recipients will be making their way to the area of the Anti-Corruption Pledge Board, where we shall witness their historic signatures. And once again, for all of our virtual delegates witnessing these moments step by step, this is, of course, the Commonwealth Africa Anti-Corruption Center, or CAACC, or Caacc, or Caacc, 10+1 anniversary commemoration. The morning has kicked off with a presidential opening ceremony, and very soon we'll be taking a tea break to prepare ourselves for the panel discussion portion of the day. Our next recipient today is an ambassador of the Republic of Botswana to the Kingdom of Belgium. Over 30 years senior level experience in a range of fields from business to multilateral diplomacy. Among her many distinguished roles, she has served as the Deputy Secretary General of the Commonwealth, responsible for political affairs, human rights, legal and youth development from 2008-2014. And it was during her tenure at the Commonwealth Secretariat that she played the critical role of establishing the CAACC. She's my favorite ambassador because when the European Union very generously sent me to Belgium to learn about that auspicious organization, our good ambassador was kind enough to settle me into the Belgium way of things, and I shall forever be her biggest fan. Welcome back home, Mama. With all this heat, Your Excellency, Masekgoa, motho tla kopa mo tsenye bobeke mma ke boele go serameng sa ko Belgium. Gongwe ko wena o se re tletseng ka sone re a leboga thata motsadi, and welcome back home once again. Our final recipient for this 10+1 anniversary commemoration, ladies and gentlemen, is our speaker, Dr. Roger Koranteng from earlier. He was, of course, behind the establishment of the Commonwealth Africa Anti-Corruption Center in Botswana. He has organized and delivered numerous senior-level executive seminars, capacity development training programs, governance, management, anti-corruption efforts in Africa. He's also authored numerous research and publications. His latest publications include Tackling Corruption in Commonwealth Africa, the case studies of Botswana, Mauritius, Seychelles, Rwanda, and Lesotho. He was presented with an award in recognition for his commitment and work in the fight against corruption across the Commonwealth countries, and he has won the 2018 Sheikh Tamim bin Hamad Al Thani International Anti-Corruption Excellence Award under Innovations category, and the prestigious award recognizes people who have demonstrated commitment to the prevention of corruption and displayed dedication to helping see the realization of the UN's Sustainable Development Goals. That's Dr. Roger Koranteng. Thank you very much to all my elders that stand at the foot of the steps. I believe at this very swift moment, His Excellency is leading the procession to the signing of the Anti-Corruption Pledge, and other dignitaries will be following accordingly. I have full faith in my best friends at the Botswana Police Band. I know they will give us a good soundtrack as we witness this movement leading us into the tea break. Hi, Peño. That's our chief presidential photographer. So when he's close by, smile for the camera flash. Well, now as the signatures dry their ink, our presidential delegation is making their way in preparation for the photo shoot. We're about to have some ushers guiding our presidential delegation just to the exit point, which is the same as the entry point. And I shall be informing you about the different groups that shall be joining this photo shoot. So that is to say, very shortly you will see our first row, that is the presidential delegation and our hosts seated in the first row, will be making their way to the entry point, which is also the exit point of this conference facility, at which point they will be received by ushers from our host organization, and they will be guided towards the area outside where the group photos will be taking place. Now, thank you so much for your kind attention. Once again, I will repeat, our presidential delegation, as per the front row, will be making their way to take their photos. Thank you very much to all the CAACC ushers that are assisting with regards to making our way to the photo shoot outside, and the rest of us will be enjoying some beautiful music by Sabaha as we lead into tea break. Thank you for your kind attention. Thanks so much to my fantastic team at CAACC. Once again, the photo opportunity, the first photos that we shall be taking will be His Excellency Ambassador Mwamba, our DG, Dr. Quaranten, and then we will have HE seated in the middle, flanked to his right by Minister Moraing, Mayor De Silva, and Dr. Kidikilwe. And then the second group, that is the first group of pictures. The second group will be all heads of anti-corruption agencies with His Excellency. And then the third group will be strategic partners and contact persons with His Excellency. And the final group for the group photos will be the CAACC team with the DCEC. So once again, you will notice our high-level ushers ensuring that our first row is ready for their photo shoot. Police band. Well, I do apologize, ladies and gentlemen. This is what happens in live productions. I appreciate your patience and your understanding. We're going to switch it up a little bit just before we break for the photo shoot, and we bid farewell to His Excellency as he continues with his day. For now, it is my honor to receive at the podium to deliver the vote of thanks, Honorable Minister for State Affairs, Honorable Kabo Neil Moraing. Motsadi. Ladies and gentlemen, please join me in receiving him, and I can see the eyes before me do not lie. I have it in the eyes. It is our good Minister of Defense and Security.
Thank you. Ma ke go lemoge motsamaisa tiro me ke bakile ke bidua Kagiso Mmusi, Minister of Defense and Security mo boemong ja ga re Moraing. Your Excellency, the President of the Republic of Botswana, Dr. Mokgweetsi Eric Keabetso Masisi. Your Lordship, the Chief Justice, Terence Ranowani, Speaker of the National Assembly, Honorable Pandus Kelemani, Your Honor, the former Vice President, Dr. Panatseho Kidikilwe, Commonwealth Secretariat Representative and Advisor and Head Public Sector Governance, Dr. Roger Quaranting, Member of Parliament for Tlokweng and Minister of Communications, Knowledge and Technology, Honorable Thulaganyo Segokgo, Honorable Ministers and Assistant Ministers here present, Permanent Secretary to the President, Mayor Emapelo Itletse, and your Deputy, Mayor Bukole, Attorney General, Mayor Marco Abram, Chief of Staff, Resebet Lela, Justice Lord Moroka, Judge of the High Court and strategic partner to the Commonwealth Africa Anti-Corruption Center, members of the Diplomatic Corps, heads of international organizations and development partners, security chiefs here present, Mayor Butlale Makgekgenene, Director General of the Directorate on Corruption and Economic Crime and host of the event, Chairperson of the Association of Anti-Corruption Agencies in Commonwealth Africa, Mrs. May De Silva, Permanent Secretaries, all here present, Presidential Advisors, Heads of Anti-Corruption Agencies in the Commonwealth Africa here present, Chief Executive Officers of parastatals and private sector organizations, Heads and representatives of continental and international strategic partners of the Center, Heads and representatives of non-governmental organizations, boeteledipele jwa motse wa Tlokweng, members of the media, distinguished ladies and gentlemen, a very good morning to you all. It is an honor to be with you this morning at this remarkable event. On behalf of the government of Botswana, and indeed on my behalf, I send a sincere gratitude to you all for attending the event to commemorate the 10+1 years anniversary of the Commonwealth Africa Anti-Corruption Center, CAAC. Allow me, Director of Ceremonies, to take this opportunity to thank in particular His Excellency the President for carving out time from his busy schedule to address this auspicious gathering and set the tone for the Center's future endeavors and strategic aspirations in the fight against corruption. It is therefore critical at this point of reflection, distinguished ladies and gentlemen, that the Center and the heads of anti-corruption agencies take heed of the words echoed by His Excellency the President this morning, so as to ensure the Center's sustainability and relevance in the anti-corruption landscape. I also want to urge the association members and all strategic partners to the Center to embody the theme, strengthening partnership opportunities for the next 10 years by fostering new partnerships and nurturing existing ones. This, I have no doubt, will culminate in even more mutually beneficial outcomes that will positively influence, among others, policy direction in the fight against corruption. Director of Ceremonies, I trust that we all noted that the effects of corruption and associated crimes in our continent, as highlighted by His Excellency earlier, cannot be ignored. Hence, the need for the Center to consolidate technical assistance offered to member states in order to facilitate their collective effectiveness. Bagetsu, unity is a pivotal element to preventing and combating corruption. The staff at the Center, along with the Commonwealth Secretariat, have indeed translated the vision to be a world-class African anti-corruption resource center that promotes ethics, integrity, and good governance into reality. The Center and the Secretariat realize this noble vision through the various capacity-building programs that promote ethics, integrity, and good governance. This is a commendable achievement, one that we must all encourage to continue so as to distinguish themselves as beacons of anti-corruption advancements. May now, at this moment, take the opportunity to extend my sincere thanks to all heads of the different arms of government, senior government officials here present, and members of the diplomatic corps for attending this event. I also thank the development partners, strategic partners, friends of the Center from the Justice Fraternity, academia, and civil society for your consistent and unwavering support for the work of the Center. I thank all our partners who honored our invitation to commemorate this event with us here from Botswana and beyond. Your presence is highly valued and signifies the impact the Center has made over the years. Director of Ceremonies, I wish to revisit the mission of the Center, which is to effectively support anti-corruption initiatives and promote cooperation and research in Commonwealth Africa with integrity and professionalism. May we all make a deliberate and concerted effort to embody the good intentions of this Center's mission through championing and supporting anti-corruption initiatives in our respective workplaces. Ladies and gentlemen, may I employ many organizations and institutions represented here today to reconvene in another decade to celebrate our desired corruption-free society. In Botswana, a corruption-free society would bring us much closer to realizing our National Vision 2036, and I'm certain the same impact can be felt in national visions in respective Commonwealth Africa countries. On that positive note, Director of Ceremonies, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, I thank you once again for honoring our invitation to our international guests. May I invite you to spare some time to enjoy Botswana and its homely hospitality. With those few remarks, I thank you all for your kind attention and wish you a pleasant journey back home to your respective places. Pula!
Thank you very much, Honorable Kagiso Musi, our Minister of Defense and Security. What a pleasure to see you again, Motsadiwame. Since we launched your ministry's Mindset Change campaign, what a good time I had. Ladies and gentlemen, we are fast approaching the end of what's been a thrilling program. And if you feel like you did the right thing by flying all the way from where you did, please give us a round of applause to confirm. Well, we've smoothed out our touch and go for the photo session, and I do believe that at this moment, it is time for our photo session. And in that regard, I believe that our first row will be leading the procession to the exit point, at which point the DCEC's Deputy Director General of Policy, Me Erika Ndlovu, will be standing by the door, or is already positioned by the door, and she will lead our dignitaries' procession to the photo area, where they will be assisted by the team of photographers there. So that means that our first row is making its way out to capture the photo moment, and I will shortly inform you of all the different groups as they make their way out, just to tip off the photographers and the ushers that are guiding them. First photo will be His Excellency Ambassador Mwamba, our DG, Dr. Koranteng, and then our second photo will be His Excellency with our Minister, as well as Mayor De Silva and Reki Dikilwe. We are also looking for the heads of anti-corruption agencies, strategic partners and contact persons, and the last group photo will be the CAACC team and the DCEC. Now to the CAACC team, I know you guys are really busy, but please make your way to the outside. You also deserve to be in this photo opportunity. Don't worry, we'll take care of things inside. You can trust me with your guests. I think I've proved myself so far, you know. I'll get a feedback a little bit later on after the show, but yeah, we've broken into the photo opportunities at this moment. Why don't we enjoy some music by Sabaha so I can play for a smooth ending to what has been an incredible flight. Ke a leboga. Thank you so much, Sibaga, for serenading us, my lady. Please don't be too far. This is just a little bit of housekeeping to inform all of us that the presidential delegation and our hosts have broken into their tea break, and we shall swiftly follow as well. I would encourage you to rather stay within the conference facility as opposed to going too far, so that as soon as I have the word of exactly where you're going to enjoy your tea break, you'll be able to hear me audibly. Thank you for your kind attention. The photo shoot continues, and the rest of us are standing by for the proceeding to the tea break. And then we'll see you swiftly on the other side of tea break, where I'll be handing over to the moderators of our panel discussion. Thanks for your kind attention. If there's anything that is of slight confusion, please look out for anyone who is wearing the CAACC logo, and they'll be happy to assist you swiftly. Be you seeking the powder room, be you seeking your tea break point, or be you seeking to find out where your MC for today is so we can have a one-on-one chat. Thank you for your kind attention. I would like to ensure that this front row is occupied by the VVVIPs of the second leg of the program. That is to say, all of our distinguished recipients of tokens of appreciation from today. That includes, of course, our former VP, Dr. Kidikilwe, our Ambassador, Memamba Masire, our DCEC DG, Memama Kakanene. I do hope that I can identify you in the front row. And I'd like to invite, of course, Dr. Roger Koranteng from the Commonwealth Secretariat to ensure that he's also resident in the front row. Association heads, you're requested to please retain your current seating. And heads of anti-corruption agencies, you are the VVIPs of the second leg of the program, as you will be driving the panel discussion. So I do invite you as well to please take residence of either the first row or the second row, whatever may be available at this moment. Once again, all recipients of tokens of appreciation are taking residence in our front row seats. And of course, our DG will be in the front row seat as well as Commonwealth Secretariat representative. Association heads, you're requested to please retain your seating from earlier today, and all heads of anti-corruption agencies, please do relocate to the second row of the seating. And your delegation shall be close to you as well, heads of anti-corruption agencies. Your delegation is also invited to move closer to the front of the stage. This is to just allow for the fireside conversation that we are about to get into. DCEC management, I trust that you will also be occupying the seats in the first three rows. Ke a leboga batsadi. Well, I think it's a safe moment for me to retire from the stage until goodbye later on. At the end of the day, these two panel discussions do have distinguished moderators. I'll take this opportunity to inform you, or just to remind you, in case you haven't taken a look at the program, our first panel discussion is strengthening partnership opportunities to enhance capacity building for the next 10 years. And the moderator in this regard is Head and Chief Executive of the Special Investigating Unit, South Africa, Advocate Andy Mutibi. Your microphone, your stage, and your panel discussion setup awaits you, Advocate. Let's receive him with a warm welcome. Le tla mo sebela mic, akere, Papa? Okay. Advocate. Hi, I'm Jazz. I'll be on standby for anything you need.
all right.
So I'll leave this for you in case you'd like to maybe talk from there when you're with your guest. And then we'll go ahead. But a minute, number 2. Okay, Papa.
Right, good morning. Good morning. Good morning, honorable audience. My name is Andy Motibi. I'm the head and the chief executive of the Special Investigating Unit in South Africa. I would like to call forward so that I'm joined here and I'm not on my own. The panelists for this session would be Justice Lord Moroka, High Court of Botswana, Francistown Region. If you are available, Honorable Justice, can you please come up and take your seat, please. Round of applause, thank you.
As our first panelist makes his way to the advocate's fireside conversation site, he will notice that our technical team will be swiftly making their way to him to ensure that he's mic'd up.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you very much. Next in line is Mr. Litelu Joseph Ramokoro, Director of Public Education and Corruption Prevention from Lesotho. Please come up. Thank you very much. Take up your seat, sir. And then next in line is the right Dr. Musa Adamu Aliu, Chairman, Independent Corrupt Practices and Other Related Offenses Commission from Nigeria. Come up, sir. And the last panelist is Dr. Munya Saruchera. He is from the Stellenbosch University, South Africa. Please come up and join us on the stage, sir. Right, as we kick off, it's 12 o'clock, which tells me that we are behind by like 35 minutes. I will be in the hands of the program director, if she's here still, whether we are still allocated the same timeline. The timeline was initially 11:25 to 12:45, which makes it about an hour and 20 minutes. If that is the case, then it takes us to 1 o'clock and 20 minutes, if that is the case.
Thank you very much, Advocate. You and I will be working closely to manage the time as best as we shall, but we shall honor your panelists with optimal time for engagement.
Thank you. Thanks very much. All right, so on that note, thank you very much. Panelists, you are welcome. You're welcome to this session. As you know and you have seen, that this session, it's a panel discussion, and the topic is strengthening partnership opportunities to enhance capacity building for the next 10 years, or for the next 10 years plus one. As it's indicated there, partnerships are a vital tool in the fight against corruption and need to be strengthened as they are crucial to the promotion of capacity building. So just to restate, the panel is made up of professionals from anti-corruption agencies, the judiciary, and academia. So as you know, that the panelists will be deliberating on how striving to build evolving, reliable, and strong partnerships can bring about lasting impact, increase the legitimacy of development interventions, and ensure sustainable change beyond the scope of individual project duration. I would like to just say that the organization that I've got the privilege to lead supports this theme, supports this topic, because it's a necessary ingredient, amongst others, to the fight against corruption or to the combating of corruption. So collaboration and the establishment of partnerships amongst anti-corruption agencies, law enforcement agencies, the private sector, public service, and civil society organizations, institutions of higher learning or higher education, and the involvement of youth has become a critical need if we are to combat corruption, illicit financial flows, undue enrichment in society, the exchange of expertise, and developing the habit of leveraging amongst ourselves as anti-corruption agencies or as other key stakeholders is very, very important, particularly from those who have the competitive advantage in specific capabilities. So it is very, very critical, and I'm really going to pause here because here are the experts in the panel who would tell us really how strengthening partnership opportunities and enhancing capacity building in the next 10 years is going to be even more critical for us as anti-corruption agencies and as the whole of society in the continent or in the region that is required to forge this partnership to ensure that our fight against corruption is a success. I am going to start off, well, according to the list. I'll start off with Justice Lord Moroka. He's the Justice of the High Court of Botswana in Francistown region. Honorable Justice.
Yes, sir.
Over to you, sir. We will lend you our ears on this very important topic.
Do I come there?
If you will be comfortable here, you're welcome to come here, sir.
Okay.
Watch
Okay.
the-
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Director of Ceremonies, distinguished guests. The protocol was observed and it stands observed. My name is Lord Moroka. I'm a judge of the High Court and Judge President of the Francistown Division of the High Court. I'm also a strategic partner in the center as I regularly give talks for those attending the various trainings at the center. And those who emerge out of the discussions I offer at the center would go out with one central message, that to fight crime, you do not have to be a criminal. This therefore speaks to the ethics of the key partners in the fight against corruption and economic crimes. I'm glad to be part of this auspicious occasion, which marks the celebration and commemoration of the 10+1 existence of the center as a body that offers
continuous education and training for the various key players in the fight against corruption and economic crime. Now, the theme for our discussion centers on two key aspects. Strengthening partnerships, it speaks of strengthening partnerships towards capacity building. Now, I will run with two words in this theme. One, the partner or the partners. Who are these partners and what do we mean by partnerships? I will speak to the individual components of these partnerships, particularly the key role players in this partnership. You are a congregation mostly of Commonwealth Africa anti-corruption agencies. And therefore, by definition, you are the key role players in the fight against corruption and economic crime. But key as you are not the only role player. I would hazard to say that in each of our societies, the key and fundamental partner in the fight against corruption and economic crime would be the society, the men in the street. That would be the first and primary stakeholder and partner in the fight against corruption. And what role do you ascribe to this partner, the men in the street? The second would be your private sector. For not only is the private sector a corrupter, it is also a corruptee in most of the instances. The other partner I would want to speak to and about is intelligence, the intelligence agencies and their role in the fight against corruption and economic crime. And with the principal question being, is the intelligence organization the leaders or the followers in the fight against corruption and economic crime? It is critical, therefore, ladies and gentlemen, that in our discussion on partnership, we understand and we should understand partnership as collaborative efforts of the individual agencies that are involved in the fight against crime. Collaborative. And in this collaboration, we should know who is the leader. From where I sit, successful prosecution of corruption is a result of successful presentation of evidence before court, and not successful presentation of intelligence information before court. Therefore, intelligence information must translate into evidence. We have in various jurisdictions that sit here a tendency for intelligence to lead. And when intelligence leads and becomes a key partner in the fight against corruption and economic crime, you have more thunder and less lightning, more noise and less effective prosecution. And as they say, An elephant does not go on labor and give birth to a mouse. You don't create a huge case and suddenly fizzles out of the air. Because if you are intelligence, if your key partner in the fight against corruption and economic crime is intelligence and not evidence, then the result, as we say, is thunder without lightning. And what is the effect of thunder and no lightning in the fight against corruption and economic crime? One, because you would have publicized your investigation in this big case, but you wouldn't have either prosecuted or not successfully prosecuted. You undermine public confidence in the key partner, in the key partnership towards the fight against corruption and economic crime. Now, for a partnership to be there, partners must exist. Or for partners to coexist, firstly, partners must exist. For you to coexist as partners, you must first exist as the individual components that make the partnership. And an anti-corruption agency as a key partner in the fight against corruption and economic crime is an oversight institution. And I would want us to dwell for a moment on the basic characteristics of an oversight institution, such as an anti-corruption agency. And in our instance, it will be the Directorate on Corruption and Economic Crime. What would be the key characteristics of an oversight institution? The first is independence. An oversight, a key partner, such as an anti-corruption agency, must, one, exhibit independence. Independence suggests that you are autonomous. You act without external influence. The second, and I shudder to think, the most important characteristic of an oversight institution, which an anti-corruption agency is, would be security of tenure for its leaders and those who come behind the leaders. And what is security of tenure? Security of tenure speaks to how easy you, as the head of the anti-corruption agency, may be dismissed, transferred, or even demoted. If you, as an entity, and as the people who populate the anti-corruption agency, do not enjoy security of tenure, then you are a lapdog and not a watchdog. There are two different types of dogs, as you know. A lapdog is your pet. It sits with you in the room and sleeps, and it doesn't bark, neither does it bite. However, constitutionally, an anti-corruption agency is a watchdog. As we enter and begin the second decade for the existence of the center, we need to introspect as individual anti-corruption agencies, look back on our tracks and say, how can we strengthen our capacity? And it is critical that we look at the laws, and I would shudder to hazard a suggestion from the DCEC point of view that there is need to amend the DCEC Act to inject provisions on the security of tenure of its leaders and followers. Otherwise, you would have, you see, you invest, in Botswana we say that nobody is above the law. And therefore, we are a government of men of flesh and blood, susceptible to committing corruption and even economic crime. And you as the DCEC are tasked with the powers to investigate us. And we have the powers to dismiss you summarily. We have the powers to transfer you. Can you be effective? Would you not be looking over your shoulder whether in making this decision, tomorrow you will still have a job? Can you effectively investigate those in power if they have the authority to dismiss you? I leave it to your imagination. I have seen in one case an investigator from the agency at a crucial stage of investigation being transferred across the road to health. May his soul rest in peace. Security of tenure is critical. Now, I've given an extraordinary amount of time on this aspect, for without security of tenure, you may not call yourself an oversight body. In fact, you do not qualify to be an oversight entity, for security of tenure is an indispensable and critical component of the security of tenure. The other is ethics. My laptop ran out of a battery, but this is my paper. I'll speak from the heart. The second component, or the third component, would be ethics. Those who attend to the trainings at the center would know and appreciate that adherence to ethics is a key trait of an investigator, is a key component of an investigator. You need to be ethical. Thank you. You may charge it for me. Now, you see, ethics are the first line of defense. Ethics are a first line of defense for all investigators or for all role players in the fight against corruption and economic crime. Now, similarly, key to your existence as partners and as a partner in the fight against corruption and economic crime would be resources. A partner, for your partnership, for you as a key partner, and I speak to the anti-corruption agencies in all jurisdictions, these are key partners in the fight against corruption and economic crime, and everybody else follows. And if they have not been following, they must start following. The DCEC is a key driver in the fight against corruption and economic crime from the perspective of Botswana. And anybody and everybody else must follow. Key to these players would be your financial intelligence agency. It is a stream that feeds to the river, the main river being the DCEC. Key, also a key tributary would be your DIS. It is a stream that feeds to the river, that is the DCEC. And a stream cannot be a river. The main river, the tributaries, the feeders to the stream must understand their rules. Because if, as we have seen in various instances, where the streams, which are partners, fight to be the river, you would have, therefore, the stream taking over investigations without the capacity to process and package the evidence, and you have failed prosecution and no prosecution at all in an instance where there is a tough war between the stream and the river. And it is critical that as we go forward, we understand our key and individual roles, and we collaborate rather than compete. Partnership calls for collaboration and not competition between the individual role players that participate in the crime against corruption and economic crime. For competition would bring nothing but failure in your overall mandate. And if we fail, and if you fail, one, as they say, crime without investigation leads to impunity. An investigation without prosecution leads to lawlessness. And lawlessness results where there is perpetual investigation but no prosecution. And most of the time, most of the instances where there is a big investigation but no prosecution, it is because the intelligence would have led the evidence, and the evidence wouldn't have led the intelligence. Therefore, there is need to be that paradigm shift to understand that successful prosecution is a result of successful evidence, not successful intelligence, because intelligence is an amalgam of truths and lies. It is intelligence. Intelligence is an amalgam of truth and lies, unverified. It therefore ought to be given, intelligence information ought to be given to those with the capacity to sift fact from fiction and process it and create a docket which is then given to the lady DPP, who would then hazard an opinion, and in her independence, in the exercise of her independence discretion, say, yes, there is evidence, let us go to court. Now, capacity. I've spoken about partners. Now I would move to the capacity of these partners. Now, talking about capacity from an anti-corruption agency perspective, capacity, you would speak, is in two folds. The capacity of the entity itself to discharge its duties. It must be a capacitated organization itself. And its capacity should be derived from the law, insulated from interference, and it cannot be an instrument for fighting political battles. An anti-corruption agency ought not to be. Yes, I've got 5 minutes, and I'm glad I will be on time. And therefore, ladies and gentlemen, as we reflect on the next 10 years, I call upon you as agencies to promote professionalism within the partnerships. Promote professionalism within the partnership, and ingrain within the organization values of independence. And independence means detachment from other players, particularly the political players. An anti-corruption agency should never be an instrument for fighting political battles. Now for you, and finally, as we wrap up, for you to effectively perform ultimately in your respective jurisdictions, in your respective countries, you will need political will. And in every country that you come from, I'm sure you would have listened. You would have listened to your political principles, pledging support for the fight against corruption and economic crime. That is appreciated. But to expect politicians to lead the fight against corruption and economic crime is to expect them to commit suicide. For in the majority of instances, corruption is their lifeblood. Therefore, when it comes to political will is demonstrated through deeds and not through speeches. You demonstrate a political will by putting in place legislation that will make it possible for your anti-corruption agency to function effectively. And key to that legislation would be the security of tenure of its heads. That would, in my view, a key demonstration of political will. You cannot wake up on each third month with a new head of the anti-corruption agency. You cannot. And if you do that, the agency's efficacy and effectiveness and the public confidence it attracts suffers. Ladies and gentlemen, it has been my pleasure and honor to speak to you this morning. I thank you.
Excellent. Another round of applause for the Justice, please. In the interest of time, I'm going to proceed to the next panelist. But I think it's just really critical from what the judge has indicated, that the issue of ethics is critical. You cannot do the work that we do if you do not have a required level of ethics, but also on the part of society and the leaders that are leading in the society, we expect them to display the ethics and the integrity that's required for their role. And if they fail that standard, they need to be removed. The partnership, which is the society and private sector, the intelligence-led, I like your analogy. In fact, it's not an analogy, it's actually true, that intelligence is an amalgam of truth and lies. You need to put them into the legal machine and translate that into evidence so that it can be led successfully and lead to a successful prosecution. So it's really important, and really the characteristics of the anti-corruption agency, which I will not restate, is very important. But really, we appreciate the insights. I would like to move swiftly, and if my panelists can assist me, we are aiming to conclude by 1:20, which is 1:20. So I was trying to do the calculations and the maths. If you give us 15 minutes or less, yes, we'll appreciate, and then we still have the opportunity for a Q&A. So the next speaker would be Mr. Litelu Joseph Ramukolo. Thank you, sir. Round of applause as he stands up.
Thank you, Chairperson of the panel, fellow panelists, Excellency, heads of anti-corruption agencies and colleagues from the agencies, distinguished guests. I would like at this point to acknowledge Professor Dr. Roger Kuranteng in particular, and of course all other invitees to this special celebration. I bring greetings from the mountain kingdom of Lesotho, the kingdom in the sky, and the kingdom nearest to heaven. For the longest time, colleagues in the anti-corruption fraternity would know that DCEO, not DCEC, the Directorate on Corruption and Economic Offenses, has been probably the weakest agency in the region in a number of respects. I'm greatly honored and deeply humbled to lead the Commonwealth Africa family to know today that I'm now representing a different anti-corruption outfit, an anti-corruption agency that has started receiving good support from government by way of budget, an anti-corruption agency that before the end of March will have almost doubled its staff complement as we speak, which is quite an achievement on its own. And indeed, even in terms of what we have delivered as we speak in the last year, it will speak for itself. In short, colleagues, all I'm saying is that through the partnership that we have owned together in the past 10 years plus one, know that Lesotho is celebrating your support, is celebrating your contribution. However, as we talk partnership today, we are not looking only at it in terms of its past, but we are looking at it also in terms of its future, which means your support honestly cannot be said to be enough, but we would like to see it continuing. Partnerships exist in many different ways and forms. Not all of them are a success. And most fortunately, the one we are reflecting on today is a special success from the point of view of Lesotho in particular, but of course all other member countries to Commonwealth Africa. The idea started where I still remember well, around 2011, Dr. Kuranteng challenged the heads of anti-corruption agencies as to what it is, as far as they are concerned, that the Commonwealth Secretariat can do to assist, to support, to lend a helping hand. And of course, several ideas were bounced about. Usually people would talk in terms of ad hoc training workshops, and the list goes on. And when he came back, after reflecting on all those ideas that he had strategically generated from the heads of anti-corruption agencies, he came back with something which we were not expecting, that we be prepared for the establishment of the Center of Excellence in fighting corruption in Africa. It was not only going to be the question of training programs, but of course it had with it a vision of a research center which would generate a lot of information that would be used for the good of Africa. The same Africa that today is suffering all ills that society is suffering from, that we can talk about: poverty, joblessness, poor infrastructural development, lots and lots of finances through illicit financial outflows, which at the center you will definitely find the question of corruption. As anti-corruption agencies and member countries, we have all ratified, fully subscribed to implementing a number of instruments. At the UN level, we have the United Nations Convention Against Corruption, the African Union Convention on Preventing and Combating Corruption, and also the SADC Protocol on Corruption. It's been a number of years since these instruments have been in place. And the critical question that faces us today as we reflect on issues of partnership for a better future is: to what extent has Africa utilized those instruments to make it different, to make it better today, so that when we look at its developmental trajectory, we can proudly say corruption is being phased out, and instead, good governance is entrenching itself. We have seen ourselves facing such challenges as the effects of COVID-19. We are seeing countries spend a lot of money to fight climate change, the effects of climate change, and the technological challenges that come with development today. For as long as we are not able to partner strategically, not partnering for the sake of partnering, but partnering strategically to enhance our capacity as the anti-corruption fraternity to fight corruption effectively, we are not going to make it. Lesotho happens to be one of those few countries, or many, as it depends on our experience, individual experience, one of those countries that are still without an anti-corruption academy. We have got the academy in a few countries in Africa, and I was happy to learn this morning that South Africa is putting up an anti-corruption academy as well. With such an academy, issues of capacity in technical skills to fight corruption in a particular country would definitely be, in a matter of time, his work is done well, a thing of the past. But for those of us who do not have such academies, the strategic partnership, such as the one we are celebrating today with the Commonwealth Africa Anti-Corruption Center, through the kind support of the Commonwealth Secretariat, remains our dependable vehicle. But even for those countries with anti-corruption academies, they would want to compare how well they are doing with others. Not only that, there is the question of international best practice, that as we partner together in fighting corruption, we need to be able to get to a point where you do not necessarily have to reinvent the wheel, but to make use of the existing knowledge and fight on behalf of our citizens, of our people. Ladies and gentlemen, the point I'm putting across is none other than the fact that if you look at the manner in which the, not just partnership, but the strategic partnership that was expedited by Commonwealth Secretariat, to the point that we are celebrating this occasion today, the manner in which they put that together by challenging all the stakeholders to have us all think together, bring ideas to the table, reflect on the challenges of the day, and then defining our goals and objectives for the future engagement is the same methodology, it is the same approach, it is the same strategy that we are putting on the table for this August House to consider on a very serious note going forward. The corruption challenges that we are facing will definitely go back to what Justice Moroka said at the beginning, that a snake is easily killed because it goes all by itself, alone. We cannot survive the war against corruption as anti-corruption agencies if we are not going to partner strategically with other agencies in the region, with the private sector, with the civil society, and of course with the international community, because it has to happen not only at the local level, but even across, because corruption knows no geographic boundaries. It knows no status of a country, of an individual. It simply ravages all, and it is only by us combining our efforts together strategically that we will be able to win the fight against corruption. I thank you.
you, sir. Thank you. Again, looking at the time, and really thank you very much for that wonderful presentation. I was glad to hear that our colleague says today he is representing a different agency than the one before. That really speaks to all the points that the Justice said, the political will to ensure that the agency is well capacitated. I can confirm that in our space and working with the others in South Africa, we have established an academy which we will go out very soon and reach out to various anti-corruption agencies so that you know what our offering are. And in the Commonwealth Africa, Dr. Koranteng, we will also let you know about it. I want to just mention that the next speakers would be seated. Let me take my book so that I do justice to the introduction. We'll be seated just so that we save time. You can see the time is squeezing now. The next one would be Dr. Musa Adamu Aliyu, Chairman, Independent Corruption Practices and Other Related Offenses in Nigeria. If you can give us, I said 15 minutes and less, but if you can try 10 minutes, we'll really appreciate.
Yes.
And sorry that I'm doing this, but the audience needs the time to be kept. Thank you.
Good afternoon, the chairperson of this session, the distinguished personalities here. When the chairperson asked me to speak while I seated, I feel not comfortable because my Lord finished his presentation while standing up. So I'm afraid so that I wouldn't commit contempt of court. So that is by the way. First of all, I would like to thank the organizers of this gathering, and I feel honored to be invited here to give a talk about the topic, strengthening partnership opportunities to enhance capacity building for the next 10 years. There is no doubt that what the previous speakers talked about, I quite agree with them. My own approach is that I feel we as Commonwealth Africa, we should start thinking without borders. Why? Because I come from a country with over 200 million citizens, which is Nigeria, the largest population, black country in the world. And Nigeria is the country which needs partnership than any other country in Africa. And we in Nigeria, the corruption agencies, the first thing we try to do is to ensure that we have close collaboration. Just like what Melo said, that we need to collaborate, not to compete. So we have existing MOUs on how to work together so that we can achieve our mandates without duplication and also without rancor. And in my opinion, we, the Commonwealth Africa, we need to come more closer. We need to have a bond. And the capacity building which we need, in my opinion, that there are four things which I want to talk about. The first is that we need to exchange ideas among ourselves by exploring the issue of secondment or sabbatical and externship among ourselves, so that officers in our agencies can learn from one another. An officer from Botswana Anti-Corruption Agency can be in Nigeria, the EFCC or ICPC, whereby they can see what we are doing. They can learn one or two things, and we can also learn from them. That will bring closeness amongst ourselves, and also we'll try to understand what are the challenges that are facing one another. which we can be able to help them in overcoming that challenge. Because that is more practical, whereby we will see how we are. In Nigeria, we have 36 states. And the largest state that has population it has about over 20 million. And you can imagine the challenge we have. So if we have ideas from different countries, we can be able to look at those ideas and try to see how we can use them in tackling the challenge of corruption in our country, and also other countries can use that. Then we need training, all of us. We should have a uniform training among ourselves. Fortunately, we have the center here in Botswana, whereby we can have the curriculum or the way that when we are speaking, we speak in the same voice. We have the same training, we know the same challenges, so that our own officers can be able to tackle the challenge of corruption that is facing our own country. And also, we need the issue of sharing information among ourselves, just like financial intelligence units are doing. And we should be less formal, so that we can be able to share information quickly among ourselves, and if there are things which we can help one another to tackle the challenge of corruption. Because the corrupt people, or those who have the criminal mind of perpetrating corruption, they are organized. They don't live in one place. They cut across the countries. So if you can share information among ourselves quickly, we can be able to tackle some of the challenges which we are facing in Africa. And also the issue of technology. AI is now making inroads. We need to start thinking about how are we going to look at the challenge of AI, because this is another area whereby it can be used to cause havoc in our own countries. And we are not advanced countries where we can tackle this. So we need to come together and see how are we going to use AI in the fight against corruption. And also there is issue of prevention, corruption prevention. In Nigeria, we have bicameral National Assembly, whereby we have the Senate and the House of Reps. In order to ensure that we prevent corruption, is that we always monitor budget. Whenever the budget is passed, we and corruption agencies, we try to lay our hands, the budget passed by the National Assembly, and to follow to ensure that Naira or Open Naira, we ensure that the money budgeted for all projects are executed according to what the National Assembly passed. Because this is one area whereby there are leakages, where the money budgeted is going somewhere else. And also we look at the issue of procurement. This is area whereby in Africa we have challenge. Money meant for procurement is not being followed. And also people use their position to gain advantage. So we should try as much as possible to ensure that we ensure that the procurement process has been adhered to, so that it will block the problem of leakages, and also spending. Because most of the way our public resources are spent, you will find out that we are not prudent. And that lack of prudence is also another way of causing corruption in our countries. We need to look at it so that we can be able to tackle it. And one area where in Nigeria we try to do that is what we call constituency and executive project tracking, whereby we track all the projects that have been handled by federal government agencies, so that to ensure that the manner in which the projects are supposed to be executed are done correctly, exactly the way it's supposed to be done. So, above all, what we need is that, in my view, we, the Commonwealth of Africa and the Corruption Agency, we start thinking as one body. All of us should try to help one another, because if we are divided, it will be difficult for us to confront those who have the criminal mind, intention to continue to cause havoc in our region our continent and the entire world. So that is why I'm appealing to all of us. Let us try to see we come closer, help one another, so that we can confront the monster of corruption which has been destabilizing our region and our continent as a whole. Thank you very much.
Right, thank you. Thank you very much. I think we can't emphasize more the unity that's required, the training issue, the issue that you touch on about the artificial intelligence. That's the future. And I remember one professor at a business school saying, see the future before it comes, and change before you are forced to change. The judge says, was it the judge, or in one of the speakers indicated that the criminals are ahead of us. No, I think it was the head of the Anti-Corruption Commission in Seychelles, that the criminals are ahead of us. We shouldn't let them to be ahead of us. And as a result, we need to capacitate and train appropriately. The prevention part, and we cannot prevent if we don't partner. It's very important, colleagues, that partnership, you know, there's an African say that says, if you want to go far, and maybe I'm starting it wrongly, Dr. Koranteng, if you want to go somewhere, go alone, but if you want to go far, you know, get partners. So we, like in any other business, you need partners. We are in the business of fighting corruption. If you want to go fast, go alone. Oh yes, and if you want to go far, you know, you need partners. Thank you, Judge. Okay, we're about to conclude. This is the last speaker, and then we'll have, I think, what would be sufficient minutes for question and answer. Let me call on now Dr. Munyas Saruchera, Stellenbosch University, Mzansi, South Africa. Yes.
Thank you, Chair. Am I audible enough? I don't trust these gadgets. No, I'm happy to speak here if I'm audible enough. Okay. Thank you very much, Chair, and thank you so much, Chair of the session, and all protocols observed. I'm learning fast to avoid mispronunciation or missing out certain names, so all protocols observed in that regard. Colleagues, thank you so much for the opportunity, and also wanted to thank our hosts, the CAACC colleagues. You know, I now know them by name, given the communications that was happening you know, over the past couple of you know, days, if not months, you know, because we've become partners with them from Stellenbosch University in our own bid to try and actualize this very relationship and topic that is under discussion. So, Dumelang Bagayat, I learned from the Master of Ceremony. She was giving me private lessons over tea. So, saying Dumelang Bagayat, those who don't know what I'm saying, please find out from me or her during lunch. Ke compound G says something. Eh? I'm saying Ke compound G says something. I'm speaking a language that I think most people in the room understand. And it's an interesting concept for me because for those who don't understand Setswana, it is about, you know, can you know, help me to eat something? It's a very common phrase that I think one tends to come across. And by speaking about this, I'm really wanting to come down from the megaphones and the roofs to bring it down to the ground. When we use that language, what are we doing? What are we fueling? What are we asking the other party? And then it goes to what the chairperson is asking. He says, no, the criminals are always ahead of us. And then my question becomes why? When I wear my research and academic kind of mindset and hat, I ask the question why? And I don't know. It's a subject that may be you know, prone to research, to understand why the criminals are ahead of us. And I think I would hazard to say, as the learned colleagues from the law side said, you know, who are the criminals then among us? You know, who are the criminals among us? And who are those that are fueling and facilitating for the criminals to be ahead of us? And I think I'll be speaking to some of those issues in my very few remarks as I look at this. Colleagues, I speak and being aware of the fact that we are in an era of polycrisis. There are many, many crises across the world, and corruption, among others, is just only one of them. But the people and the resources and the leadership that is required to be attending to all of these things, we've got limited capacity. And as a result, it takes us into, for me, a context of complexity. The interconnections between the various issues, be they climate change, be they energy crisis, especially in Southern Africa, we all now know about load shedding and what it really means. We've just come out of COVID, another pandemic will be coming, there's just so many other things. So how then do we lead in such a complex time and in such a complex context? So I'm really just introducing the concept of complexity. It's very complex today in this particular era for us to be attending to the so many things that we need to be attending to. And I think sometimes when that happens, we then tend to focus a lot on the hardware, the institutions, the laws, and a whole lot of things. I'm not saying they don't have a place to play, a role to play, but they are made by the very people who then get ahead of the game, chairperson. Because if we rely only on the institutions and the laws, then who then is who keeps, you know, society in check? Will the laws and the institutions be enough and adequate? I don't want to think so. So really, given all of these challenges, what am I really proposing and pushing? I think it then calls for a special type of collective leadership in our various roles, because one type of leader is not going to be able to address and to address all the various challenges and the crises that the world faces today. There are so many different natures and so many different types, and then one leader or one person or one sector or one institution or one organization or one country is not going to be able to address this. It does call for some specific type. I really believe so much strongly in the need and the role for collective leadership. I look at ants, the way that they work without talking, if you ever stop and observe them, or the geese that fly in a V formation, and when one breaks its wing, how the others take over. The one that has been broken, it stays behind, being nurtured back to health by the others until it catches up. I'm just really speaking here about the kind of collective leadership that I envision and I live for. It may come in our time, it may not come in our time, but that is it may. Thank you, colleagues. So as I was invited to speak about this topic, strengthening partnership opportunities to enhance capacity building for the next 10 years, I really began to ask myself, you know, just typical of academia, and of course wanting to get out of the towers of academia at the same time, that we really tended to reframe in the academic world and redefine as we try to analyze and explore the entry point into any discussions or engagements, you know, particularly of this nature. For me, I think 4 things that came up were, when we talk about enhancing capacity building or strengthening partnership opportunity for, you know, strengthening partnership opportunities, the questions that I'm going to pose, and I'm going to be posing a couple of questions. I may not answer them. The beauty about academia is that you can ask questions and not necessarily answer them. It's unlike the other professions. And my colleagues here that I think seem to work in the law enforcement agents, they seem to be graying, but I see like we're probably the same age group. But because of the nature of the work that they do, I suspect that they are probably far more stressed than I am. Why? It's because I can ask questions and I don't have to answer them. So as we look at enhancing capacity building and strengthening partnership opportunities, what are our capacity needs and what needs enhancing? What are the opportunities for partnership? Sorry about that. What are the opportunities for partnership? Are just some of the questions, because colleagues are all very clever from engaging with some of you when we started. And I'm sure you know the answers to this. Mine is just to try and help to raise these questions, to remind ourselves from time to time, and to continue to ask the key and important questions. So when we look at the next 10 years, which will be about 2033, 2034, depending on whether you want to do it 19 plus 1 or 20 plus 1, I would say, you know, for me, what's on the horizon and what are the likely challenges and opportunities? Today we're talking about artificial intelligence. I don't know what kind of intelligence may be coming in 5 years. And for those of you who believe in futurist studies, how do you really understand society and to be able to see what is coming at us and that which we are going towards? And at the same time being crafty and innovative enough to come up with strategies that are going to be able to help us to confront and to deal with the various issues instead of being reactive, and how can we be far more proactive? The next question I would ask, again, coming from where I'm coming, is then who do we partner with? The questions of the why we need a partnership, how we need to partner, where exactly we can't be partnering about everything. Otherwise, there's no point of existing. Like organizations that then continually just engage consultants. Then you wonder what are they able to deliver by themselves. So the question is why, how, where, and what exactly are we partnering over? So those are some of the questions for me, I think, as I was raising and trying to unpack this topic. Partners, in my view, I think there's a number. I broadly look at them as state actors and non-state actors, to be very simplified about that. By the state actors, the various public or government entities, state entities that then are working in this sector. Then we look at non-state actors, which can then be further broken down into business, into academia. For some of us, it's research, it's teaching, it's training. Then there's also the business academic. There's the role of the trade unions, even as you may want to look at it. And more importantly, the issues around community, which is the last bastion of defense, in my view, when all the institutions and all the laws have failed us. When our communities are angry enough, they'll come after us, both the corrupt and the non-corrupt. So really, at the end of the day, that's the software that I'm really talking about, that in terms of community or society, I'm saying, where is our schools? Where are our schools? Where are our churches? I believe in those two having worked a lot in the community development and social change sector, if you don't work with schools and churches, you have missed the ball, because they are the gatekeepers of society. When we live here, we are going back into our homes, into our hotels, wherever it is. We are going back into community. We are also even a community of practice as we gathered here. But when we go back home, where we are going to be the aunts, the uncles, the Rahadis, the Bemkolos, and all those things, we are indeed part and parcel of community. And then we also belong to churches that we go to, different religious groupings. The schools there where our children and families go back to, those are all entities that I think become very important, and they become gatekeepers of society. At the end of the day, churches and schools become your gatekeepers. They decide what goes in and what goes out, what they fight out, and what they do not. So what are the societal and community issues? There's the role for research, the involvement of other players in the agenda setting for research, training, and dissemination. And because myself coming from one of those agencies in the non-state actors, you can find it on both, depending on the kind of university that you're talking about. But us, when I'm looking at us as Stellenbosch University, a university that over the years we know it has benefited a few. And then when we are now there, how then do we work with those entities? And the key question for me becomes, what does a university of the future look like? It becomes very important. If we are coming, particularly for me coming from that kind of entity, what are the universities that are fit for purpose for the next 10 years and beyond? What are those universities like? How relevant are they, are the current ones, and how do we reinvent ourselves to be fit for purpose for society in fighting the malfeasance of corruption? What is the role of the state, the society, and the entities like CACC, business, communities, NGOs, and others in redefining the university of the future, a university that will play a role in research, in training, and in teaching on matters of society, matters of anti-corruption, and so forth and so forth. The chair, I was getting excited, chair, when you are now stopping me, but that is the prize, I suppose, of speaking last. All the same, thank you so much, colleagues. I had a few things I could have said in another 5 minutes, but I'll leave it at here. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much. That saying that you leave the best for last, I think you've really lived up to that. Because you have now even elevated, or it spoke about some of the other partners that we often really don't bring to the fore. So as we execute as countries, anti-corruption authorities or agencies, as we execute our strategies, may our strategies enable us to bring all stakeholders and parties into this fight against corruption. At an organized level, regional associations are there. We need to reach out and ensure that we partner appropriately. I'm referring to SADC, ECOWAS, COMESA, ECAS, and ESAMLEC. There's also an African Association of Anti-Corruption Authorities. There's also the International Association of Anti-Corruption Authority. So, colleagues, all we're really saying, and you can see here it's a mixture of stakeholders or partners from the judiciary. If you hear what President Masisi indicated, that we need to close gaps in the laws, especially when it comes to sentences. You know, in the country where I come from, in South Africa, the public often says, you know, you arrest the corrupt, put them through trial processes, but when it comes to sentencing, they are sort of hit on the wrist, so to speak. So it's important to partner with the judiciary so that, look, they are also members of the society. You know, they know the pain points of the society. So is the judiciary, you've got the anti-corruption authorities, and you've got the academia. But there's other partners as well. We do have a few minutes, I would say, about 7 minutes or so. I'm sure we can accommodate, if there are mics doing the roles, I'm sure we can accommodate 1 or 2 questions. To the panel, please indicate to which panelist are you posing a question to. I see a question there from Madam Rose. No, it's not on.
Thank you very much. I really want to appreciate the speakers. My name's Rose Nunu Sretse, the former DG, and I'm always happy to meet my people. I have a question for Judge Moroka. A lot of countries in sub-Saharan Africa have been doing well to set up anti-corruption agencies and also implement the characteristics that you were talking about. And it's always intrigues that when it comes to the ratings of the Transparency Perception Index, it seems like there isn't much that is being done on the ground. So I just want to find out what is the missing link, because the anti-corruption agencies are there, the characteristics are there, but the ratings keep going down. Is there something that we are not doing right as a continent? Thank you.
Okay, Judge, Justice, over to you.
Okay. Am I audible?
Yes.
Okay. Yes, thank you very much, former DG. The question is, there are structures in place and legislation in place, but the perception for corruption seems to be going down south. And why is it that way, and what can we do? You see, recently, in the last 5 years or so, most of the member states of this organization, member countries, were grey listed by some oversight international organization. And that grey listing kept us worried. and we scurried to get out of the grey listing. And I'm talking about various countries, including our beautiful Botswana. And in response to the challenge of being grey listed, we then put a bouquet of laws in place which answered to why we were grey listed in the first place. We successfully put the legislation in place and we got out of the grey listing. However, because the objective was to get out of the grey listing, when it comes now to the implementation of the various laws that we put in place so as to get out of that predicament, we then face operational challenges. I spoke earlier about the lack of clarity between various stakeholders and partners in the fight against corruption as to who is the leader. And those are some of the aspects when rating agencies then come to scrutinize the particular operational aspects of the fight against corruption and economic crime, would then look at. In our context, between DCEC and the DIS, who is the principal leader in the fight against corruption and economic crime? In terms of the law, it is the DCEC. Now, the role of the DIS. I would say a river does not drink its own water. An intelligence agency does not consume its own intelligence. It ought to pass it to those with the tools to process it and investigate, prosecute, and adjudicate. Okay. And therefore, these are some of the challenges that may then subtract from the beautiful laws that we have. The operational, the competition rather than the collaboration between agencies subtracts from the good that we may be doing. A river does not drink its own water, neither does a tree eat its own fruits.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. I had undertaken that we will spend or will conclude at 1:20. And it's exactly that. Is the last hand that we can take? Question? There's two hands, and hopefully we can do that in the next 3 minutes, please. You go ahead, sir. Let's take the two questions in succession. To which panelist?
Any of them can answer.
And then we conclude. Okay.
Any of them. Thank you very much. Olaolukoyede is my name, Executive Chairman, Economic and Financial Crimes Commission, Nigeria, EFCC. Now, my questions dwells on the need for us to translate this talk into action. And how do I say that? I've discovered that one of the ways by which you can fight corruption is to discourage the corrupt people from enjoying the process of crime. And I've discovered that within these rooms, Commonwealth African members, when money or asset is stolen from one country, it ends up in another country. So our collaboration must start by defining or having a common position on asset tracing and recovery. So that if asset is stolen from South Africa, it will be difficult to find its way into Nigeria. And if it eventually ends up in Nigeria, in an informal way, Nigeria should be able to assist South Africa in recovering the assets. So first, we know we have the African Common Position on Asset Tracing and Recovery, which is not really being executed the way it ought to. Probably Commonwealth Africa can show an example to other parts of the world how we can collaborate in the area of asset tracing and recovery. So maybe we start by setting up a technical committee on that, let's look at the various local laws on assets forfeiture and recovery, and now we can synchronize the various country laws to come up with a common position for us to begin to execute almost immediately. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Okay. You go for it, sir.
Yeah, thank you. Good morning. Oh, afternoon.
Good afternoon.
Yes. My name is Sigawa. I'm a professor at the University of Botswana and a friend of Caacc and DCEC. My question is directed to the judge, Ruth Moroka. How do you think, in the past, the churches used to be the place where we go to get wisdom, ethics, morality, and whatever. How do you see them coming together with us to fight corruption? I'll give you an example. When somebody has stolen from somewhere, the first place he goes is to donate to the church. They don't ask him where he has got his loot. Thank you.
Okay, any response to the first question? And then the judge can respond, yeah?
I have nothing.
Any taker?
No.
Okay.
Look, I think my comment is just interesting. Again, in terms of the discussions here, I'm getting a sense that people are very fixated again on the technical instrumentation, which is right. But again, the challenges we then tend to find is that the laws, the very laws and institutions are crafted by people among us. And then they know how to beat it and then how to build the system, in addition to other challenges and over and above that. But the colleague who spoke last, I would throw back the question that when donations are made in your church, what then role do you play or do we play when things are happening in our own society? Because quite often, even when a neighbor is being involved in a lifestyle that is very, I mean, we shut our mouths because we don't want to stir trouble and hoping that the law, whoever is the law, will then come and catch up with that. Then I think for me, then that is then calling for that, the partnership that then becomes necessary between the laws, the institutions, the communities, the society, and the people generally, as it were, because when all the laws have failed, just like the state is increasingly failing, what then will be left? We shall be left with ourselves. And those angry enough amongst us are going to have to cause this revolution to try and get back society away from the looters who take the money to church in order to sanitize it. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Judge, over to you, sir, in a few minutes, please.
Yes, thank you for the question on churches. You see, as institutions, churches play a critical role in nation building and imbuing society with good and correct values. However, churches have also some churches have become centers of money laundering, and evidence has demonstrated where dirty money is cleansed. You know, in Setswana, they say, mashi, ke phepa ke tswa thobeng, se labe se tla le motsaya kgamelo. The milk is pure from the source. The dirt comes with the bearer of the basket, or the bucket, rather, bucket, not basket. So it is not the church as such. It is those who use the church or the name of the church in vain. And like all other institutions, there ought to be surveillance, even in churches, so as to prevent such occurrences. Thank you.
Thank you very much. As we close, I cannot not take the hand of a co-host. Dr. Koranteng wants to comment or ask question.
Yeah, thank you, Chair, for giving me the last few minutes. I'll just have to make I'm not going to ask a question. I'm just making a comment, particularly the question that was asked by Rose. Why is it that the Transparency International Corruption Perception Index so rate Commonwealth, not Commonwealth, Africa, south of the Sahara, despite all the work we're doing, so very, very low. In fact, we are the lowest in the rankings in terms of the regions. But the answer is very simple. There's a question of the big elephant in the room. Nobody touches it. You see, this Transparency International Perception Index, they don't look at the kinds of work we're doing and going after the small fishes in our countries. We know who are the big guys in the corruption fraternity. And these are our big men and women. These are our very rich people in the society. They are out of reach. They are holy cows. We don't touch them. These are people who involve in illicit financial outflows from the country. They are not our village people. They are not the ordinary men on the street or women on the street. We know them, but we can't touch them. So when the rating agencies are doing the work, they don't come and even ask what these member countries think. Because they know, they look at the international profile. They know who is taking money out. They know who is in transaction business out, who is getting big kickbacks. And yet, our system is not structured enough to go after these holy cows. So, Rose, the question is this, that those who give our country the bad names are these big guys who do things. Our anti-corruption agencies, we go after the smaller fishes in our country. And that is, it ties in with lots my good friend's point is making, the enforcement. The enforcement is enforced at the domestic level, but it's not enforced at those who are doing big issues that affect our country performances. And that's why we continue to receive very low rating. And most of the time, they turn the guns on the anti-corruption agencies. You are not doing the work well. No. No matter how you do your work well, if those big guys don't stop taking money outside, dealing with big international organizations and getting their kickbacks and putting their money outside the country, which these international agencies know. And that's why they use the rating. Not somebody is selling somebody's fowl or you're going to sell somebody's cattle. They don't rate on that. Thank you very much.
No, thank you. Thank you. Thank you very much.
Let me interject.
Do you want to comment? Yeah. Okay.
Thank you very much, Roger, for that intervention. That is true. You see, the terrain or the fight against corruption and economic crime always involves the herbivores and the carnivores. The herbivores are your teller who takes little but often. They will steal 100 pula today, 200 pula tomorrow. They will take 1 million pula in 5 years. And your carnivores are the big guys who take a huge chunk in one bite. Now, the herbivores have little influence in legislation or in influencing legislation. The carnivores are closer to power, have influence in legislation, and may influence legislation that leaves gaps for that illicit financial flow. That is the biggest challenge in sub-Saharan Africa. It is a deeper subject which requires a workshop, but that is part of the reasons why, despite the semblance of fighting of corruption, the rankings seems to be dipping because the international agencies can see the illicit flows of money outside the many of our jurisdictions. Thank you.
Thank you. No, thank you very much. We really appreciate those insights and the questions. Let me now, as I conclude, thank our esteemed panelists. A round of applause for the panelists, please. The insights shared and the questions that were raised, we really have to, the message really and the consensus from this discussion is that we do need partnerships. From the last question in terms of the carnivores and the herbivores and those who can influence legislation, the partnership that we forge, amongst others, is meant to ensure that state parties are held to account. There is a specific provision in the United Nations Convention Against Corruption and other conventions, AU and SADC and so on, that really encourages the whole of society approach. In our country, we've got a focused process where we bring all of these parties on board, and they do see our work as law enforcement agencies or anti-corruption authorities, and they ask questions, and they hold us to account. Now, the question raised around, small fries and big fries and so on, that is something that goes to the heart of it, because more often the questions are asked that where are the big fishes, But I suppose as we exercise our work on an independent basis, we should be able to crack even those big fishes. But I would like to really thank, on the Transparency International, I just want to close on that. On the Transparency International Corruption Perception Index, of course there is a lot that we need to do, but it appears as though whatever we do, it doesn't really get sort of surfaced, and Transparency International, doesn't really, get to know what is it that we are doing in our respective countries. But on this note, I look forward to that instrument that is being put together under the UNODC, and this was discussed at the last conference of state parties that was held in December. And Transparency International was there, and they also agree on some of the shortcomings of this perception index. But as we see today, is the index that the world looks at in terms of who's doing well, who's not doing well. We will continue doing our best with the partners that we need to forge and to ensure that we continue to demonstrate that we don't leave the big fishes out. Perhaps as I then seriously then conclude, from the Commonwealth Africa perspective, Dr. Koranteng, perhaps the questions that were raised, we might probably need a technical team or an approach in terms of how is it that we can deal with some of the matters raised by our colleague from Nigeria. Again, is there any framework that we can come up with in terms of how to bring partners on board, including education to the churches that they shouldn't be used as, part of the, money laundering scheme and so on. So I would like to now close on this note. Thank you, panelists. I know that we've gone really over time. I see the program director showing she's coming out. Is there a word that you want to say? I'm not sure in terms of the timing now for lunch. Do you want to guide that? Thank you very much. Thank you so much for the time. We appreciate that.
Thank you.
Thank you very much, and congratulations, Advocate Andy Mutibi, on handling an exquisite panel discussion. A round of applause for our moderator, ladies and gentlemen. As he mentioned, we are swiftly now breaking into lunch, and on the other side of lunch, we will be returning for the second panel discussion of the day. With regards to lunch, our ushers are going to be on standby at our exit and entry point to guide you accordingly. However, I can inform you that our lunch will be served upstairs in this very majestic facility. As we make our way out to lunch, I'd like to invite our panelists, our moderators, and all delegates present to please do visit the pledge board and mark yourself present on this day. We'd love to see your signature as well on the pledge board. So please do keep in mind to give yourself an opportunity to place your signature there with other greats that have done so. We'll move the pledge board to the exit point on our way out and in from lunch, just for your convenience. Otherwise, ke a leboga Ramothibi, ke lebogile batsadi ba me. Le lona ke a le leboga botsadi. AACC Sustainability, sharing international best practices. Now, just before I call upon the moderator, who shall be taking us through this panel discussion, friendly reminder to kindly consider the time that you have been allocated. And the sound team has prepared excellent lapel microphones that allow you the privilege and pleasure and convenience of being able to communicate with your audience from the seat that you will be assigned on the stage. Thank you so much for that housekeeping note reminder to the backstage team. Otherwise, though, handing over to the moderator for the session, ladies and gentlemen, please join me in welcoming both to Botswana and to the stage, all the way from Ghana, is COP Mema Mame Ya Tiwa Adodankwa. She's the Executive Director of the Economic and Organized Crime Office, EOCO. Let's welcome her warmly.
Panelists are all here.
Yeah, I think I'll assist as much as I can on this.
Okay. Good afternoon, distinguished ladies and gentlemen. And my name is Mami Yatiwa Adodankwa. I'm still a serving commissioner of the Ghana Police Service and executive director of the Economic and Organized Crime Office. I bring you warm greetings from Ghana, the country that will be hosting the next conference in May of the heads of anti-corruption agencies in Commonwealth Africa. And I hope we'll see all of you there. About 2 weeks ago, I was going through some old newspapers and I found 1972 address of our second Prime Minister, Dr. Buzia, when he was opening a project. At that time, he indicated, and I quote, "The biggest challenge facing my government is corruption. It looks like everybody is corrupt, and that if we will move forward, then we have to fight corruption." End of quote. So as far back as 1972, corruption has been a canker facing all of us. And I'm very sure that most governments and most countries have tried to put in measures to ensure that we all fight corruption together. And some of the things that they have done is to coming out with new laws, new legislation, setting up institutions, and other things that they have done. CAACC is one of the ways that fighting corruption in Commonwealth Africa has been put in place so that institutions will have a resource center where our officers will come and get training, upgrade their skills and knowledge, and also to close the gap skills when it comes to investigation, asset tracing, financial crime investigation, and other things. 10+1 is a milestone. And one of the things that they have done so far is partnership. So this afternoon, we'll have panelists here with us who will be telling us how their various organizations have contributed in bringing CACC to this level and then the next level, the next 10 years. And if we talk about enhancing partnership, it means the partnership already exists. How do we enhance that partnership? So that at the end of the day, moving forward, we can all look forward into having a fruitful ways of fighting corruption in our continent. Otherwise, we'll continue to have the annual ritual where Transparency International will come up with their listing and their grading. And like the previous speaker said, our area is not doing well. And the good news is that in my country, Ghana, for 4 consecutive years, we've been stagnant. We are not moving forward, we are not moving backwards. In spite of various measures and various interventions that we have put in place. So, as I call my panelists to the podium to start our discussions, let me first welcome. So I also come from the same country as Dr. Korantin, where you misspell somebody's name, you are asked to buy a sheep, and I don't have that one, so pardon me if I don't get it right. So the first person on my list is Mr. Itumeleng Mongali, United Nations Office on Drugs and Crime based in Botswana. You are welcome, sir. The second person is Mr. David Conan, Federal Bureau of Investigation in South Africa. Honorable Yvonne M. Chibiya, African Union Advisory Board Against Corruption, Tanzania. Last but not least, Mr. Samuel Mbawana, World Bank Regional Head, Africa. It is an undeniable fact that CAACC requires partnership, looking at next 10 years and even beyond. So we are going to look at how these institutions are going to support the institution, the center, to achieve its objective, and also looking at best practices that we can learn from as we all look forward into fighting corruption in our South African country. Ladies and gentlemen, you are welcome. So the Director of Programs has indicated that we should watch our time. So I'm going to give you 10 minutes, each of you, to give your initial remarks, and after that, we'll come up with follow-up questions, and then we'll come back to the audience if they have any questions to ask. So, in no particular order, I will ask Mr. David Conan, Federal Bureau of Investigation, South Africa, to give us his opening remarks.
Okay. Can everyone hear me okay? Good morning, good afternoon now. As mentioned, I'm David Coonan, and I am a FBI special agent based in South Africa. And I just want to say thank you to Botswana and thank you to the CAACC for having me present here and able to discuss a little bit about my role and then a little bit about some of the best practices that I've come across related to keeping partnerships strong into the future. So one of the things that I wanted to mention, key to partnerships is basically being aware of who your partners are and what they can provide. So I wanted to just start, for those of you who haven't met me before, just with a little bit about my background and what I can provide to your agencies if you haven't already heard it. And please feel free to come up to me at any time during the conference. Happy to talk more about what I can provide and what my agency can provide. But as I mentioned, I am based in South Africa, but I'm with the FBI. So I'm in the US Embassy in Pretoria, but I cover Southern and Central Africa for anti-corruption efforts. Essentially, my role has two prongs. Number one is to be a local resource for anti-corruption agencies. Somebody on the ground, somebody in the same time zone that you can use to talk about any issues that come up in real time. Number two, I'm also a link back to our agencies, to our squads back in the US. We actually have 4 squads that work international corruption cases. One in New York, one in Washington, DC, one in Miami, and one in Los Angeles. And those squads are able to partner with your agencies to work violations of international corruption that might have a US nexus. And really that US nexus is very broad. So it's important to think about maybe some of your cases or some of the areas where you might need assistance from us, and consider when to bring us into a conversation or when you can reach out to me and ask if it's relevant to whatever you might be working on. So really I can assist with any investigations that have to do with a US citizen, anything where there's corrupt activities that take place in the US, anything related to a US company. And not only that, any violations that relate to a company internationally that might be based on the US stock exchange. So that's really a key factor, that a lot of our cases that we're working on with partner agencies don't relate to US entities. They relate to a company somewhere based in the world that just happens to be on a US stock exchange that is publicly traded, which really opens up the venue. Besides that, any transactions that are in US dollars pass through the US financial system at some point. So a lot of partners don't realize that, when there is a US dollar transaction, we can potentially see where that transaction went, even if it's not using US banking systems. At some point, the bank that's transacting with that US dollars is going to use a correspondent bank in the US. So for any of these matters, please feel free to engage with me, and we can see if we can help out your agency on whatever case that you might be working. And like I said, I'm based in South Africa, but I travel frequently through the region. I've been to many of the countries that are represented here, and always looking forward to traveling and meeting new contacts. So please keep me in mind. But really, I wanted to go over a couple points that I came up with, thinking about some of the partnerships, including US-based partnerships, that have been successful long-term versus ones that have really fizzled out over a shorter time frame, and some of the best practices that I can think of for ensuring that our partnerships, especially internationally, remain strong going forward. The first thing that I think about, and by far the most important thing, is trust. So with all of our partnerships, the only way that they can be effective is if we trust that relationship. We trust the person that we're talking to, and we trust the overall agency that we're working with. Anytime that we lose that sense of trust, that partnership is going to slowly die, or sometimes quickly die. And this can come in many different aspects. I say that related to partnerships, but it's true in personal life, it's true in work experience, it's true domestically, it's true internationally. You need to have trust with your partners. So some examples of where trust can go wrong is, for instance, sometimes information is requested from a partner internationally or domestically where it's intel only. And we have caveats, or that agency has caveats on the document saying, please only use this in an intel fashion. Don't use this for evidentiary purposes, or use this in court. And then eventually, in some instances, you'll see that it wind up in court proceedings. Like things of that nature will kill that relationship with the partnership if they see that you're using their information in a way that is not what it's intended for. Also, something that can kill a relationship is just disclosing of information outside of where it should go. I think one of the main things that we all trust each other on is that when we give information, it stays within that circle of trust. So the best partnerships that I've seen are built on a really strong sense, okay, I've given information to this agency and they've used it in the correct way. And then going forward, you're willing to give more and more information as it goes forward. Relating to that, don't wait until there's an emergency situation to start working with your partners. As soon as possible, test out your partnerships. A lot of times I'll see it where partners won't engage with either their international partners or domestic until there's a big issue that needs to be taken care of immediately. And when that happens, expectations might be misaligned. You don't know who to reach out to. You don't know what can be provided. You don't understand the process for how to get that information. So in some of the best partnerships I've seen, they're built over a long time with many requests going back and forth. So that over the course of that time, you can see, okay, this is who I go to for this information. This is the way I ask for this evidence or this intelligence. This is how long it's going to take. Unfortunately, a lot of the stuff that we work on takes a long period of time to receive that information back. So when you're working with a certain country, it's really good to have that expectation of, okay, this is how long it'll take me to work with this country versus this country, or this partnership versus this other partnership, so that when you understand that, you're going to have a much better relationship with that entity going forward because you're just not misaligned in what they can do and how quickly they can do it for you. So my suggestion is to engage early and often, even if there's something that's relatively an easy ask. Start asking for some of that information and starting to work with them so you can see, okay, this is how we can best work with each other for the future when there's something more stressful and more emergency in the future. In the US, we do a lot of that with our local and state first responders because we've found that when there's some kind of disaster scene or attack or something of that nature, if it's the first time that everybody's getting together at that moment of crisis, things can go bad quickly. You want to have relationships with those people that you're going to see in that moment of crisis so that when they show up, you can say, okay, I know exactly what this person is doing, or I know why they're here, so that you have that leadership structure and you know what everybody's up to and what everybody can provide. I think the same thing goes with partnerships. The more you're engaging with your strong partners over time, the more you're going to know about, okay, when there's something that really needs to get done, I know who to go to for whatever it is that they may be able to provide, whether it's MLAT assistance or translation or getting key evidence. Having that network of partnerships and knowing what they can all provide is key. Another best practice that I've seen is change management in partnerships. A lot of the partnerships that I've seen that have been strong is where there's a good turnover of relationships when people change. It's easy to build partnerships when you have two people who have, good relationship, personalities mesh, etc., and you have that good back and forth, you trust each other, but then one of the two parties may leave and go do, get promoted, go to another agency, and then that partnership dies out. So one of the best practices that I've seen is ensuring that whoever takes over in your place, if you're the key contact for a partnership, you do introductions, you do things to make sure that that partnership is sustainable going forward. And it's really a lot of simple things that I've seen that have hurt, because sometimes I will have I'll know about a partnership that may have existed in the past, and I'll want to re-engage with that partner only to find that maybe an email needs to nowhere or gets rejected, or a phone number goes to a deadline. So it's things like that, just keeping up communication recent, so that if somebody needs to get a hold of you, they know how to. And even better when you can do an introduction or say, hey, this is my replacement, this is what they can help out on. Having that face-to-face communication and knowing somebody personally when you have change is important. Besides that, I think the best practice for the best partnerships, it's on an agency-to-agency basis. It's not just that person-to-person. It's, okay, we know how to work with this other agency or this other organization. They have a certain guidelines for how they need to be interacted with. Maybe it's online, maybe it's a certain email intake form, but things of that nature that make it easy for your partners that might not be aware of how to engage with you to make that quick facilitation when there's a necessary need. Time's up? Okay, thank you.
For the initial remarks.
Thank you. You hear me? Oh dear, technology. Can you hear me? Yes. Okay. So just to reintroduce myself again, my name is Yvonne Chivia. I am one of the board members of the African Union Advisory Board Against Corruption, and that is headquartered in Arusha, Tanzania. So I'm here today representing the board in this commemoration. And I'm very elated because there are people and colleagues that I hadn't seen in such a long time, and I've had the opportunity to meet up with them today and just rekindle very fond memories in the anti-corruption struggle. And it's an honor for me, and I'm very humbled. In the morning, I got worried because I saw the panel was all male. So I'm quite happy that our moderator is a female, so we've balanced it out. We have two women speaking today. But just to reiterate the fact that, strategic partnerships are very critical. And listening to the speakers in the morning, I think we have consensus that, to be able to sustain an effective anti-corruption fight, we need to really work together and collaborate. And so the African Union Advisory Board Against Corruption, acronym AUABC, is one such organization that is very keen on these partnerships. And I must hasten to mention that the AUABC has been collaborating with the CACC, I think since 2016, way before my time, but I think a number of interventions and opportunities have been taken together, and it just speaks to the symbiotic relationship that the two institutions have. So just very briefly about the AUABC, I think you all know it is the organ that is mandated by the African Union to support, to ensure the ratification and domestication of the AU Convention Against Corruption, but also support countries, member states across the continent in terms of just ensuring that they are really supported capacity-wise, technically, to carry out their mandate effectively. And as such, the board works with various stakeholders in its work. Some of them I'll just mention very quickly. We have the African Union organs with a governance mandate, and that's through the Africa Governance Architecture Platform. We work with civil society organizations, national anti-corruption authorities, supreme audit institutions, and many others. And to be able to also deliver effectively on our mandate, we do also work with cooperating partners, for example, the UN, GIZ, African Development Bank, as a few. And in our collaboration with CAACC, I think we've done a few things. So I'm happy to hear an emphasis on coming up with homegrown initiatives and homegrown tools that we can use to measure corruption. I think it's about time that we move in that direction rather than being measured. I don't want to brand TI as a foreign or international organization, but I think we have relied too long on the perception index, and we need to think about growing our own. So there is a proposed African corruption measurement tool and methodology, and the board in 2017, I think, organized an annual dialogue, and the center was one of the key partners involved in that process, and the work is still ongoing. So we think it's an opportunity for continued collaboration. We have worked together with the center. We've convened a roundtable, I think in July 2022. We convened a roundtable as the build-up to the African Anti-Corruption Day, and such engagements for other key aspects of the work, create an opportunity for engagement for other key aspects of work that the board can further contribute to in strengthening the sustainability of the center. Other events that we've done together in collaboration with the center, the African Anti-Corruption Symposium in April 2023. We are also setting up an African Anti-Corruption Research Network, and this network was formed in May 2023, where the center's input was sought, and this is an ongoing piece of work. And we also view this as an avenue that the center can effectively participate in to enhance its sustainability also by researching on topical issues on the anti-corruption landscape and coming up with interventions to close the gaps on capacity. And so the aim of the research network is also to set the tone on the anti-corruption research agenda, and some of it we've already spoken about this morning, and I'm happy that some of the prospects were highlighted. And so as some of the things that we see as best practice in terms of going forward, I think we are keen as the board to formalize some of these relationships. So we are keen to enhance our collaboration with the center through a memorandum of understanding, and I think that has already been discussed and pitched to the center. And we're hoping that the MOU can be signed soon once the board in our next board session endorses this. And I think that way we are really adding value to each other in the spirit of the symbiotic relationship that I spoke about. And we also feel that partnerships that the center should forge should not only be with the AUABC, but with other multi-stakeholders from different sectors, such as government, civil society, private sector. And I'm happy that in the morning we also identified other non-traditional stakeholders that are important in the anti-corruption fight. And I think we need to think about stretching into those spaces, into those partnerships as well. We also feel, and where we think we can also contribute, is the fact that the long-term sustainability of the center lies in its ability to respond to topical and emerging issues in the anti-corruption landscape and offering timely and sought-after capacity-building initiatives. And so we feel that by partnering with key stakeholders such as ourselves in responding to the need of the stakeholders, its own sustainability will also be enhanced as AU member states are keen to support interventions meant to rid corruption. And also to mention that member states to the convention, AU convention, do undertake country reviews on a voluntary basis to assess, of course, their efficacy to tackle corruption. And as the board, we see this as an opportunity for partnership on programs that can be tailored to address some of the recommendations that emerge from these reviews. So seeing it as a lot of opportunity and a lot of space where we can add value but also strengthen the collaboration and our working relationship, which also then extends to all the anti-corruption agencies on the continent and in the sub-region. So that said, I would like to raise a call to action for us to continue partnering together. The AUABC is very keen on partnering with other like-minded stakeholders in that collective vision of ridding Africa of corruption. And I think this is critical, and we need to really forge these relationships and these partnerships. So thank you, Madam Moderator. I've tried to be a good girl.
Thank you very much, Pro. So from the African Union Board, I'll move to the World Bank. Mr. Samuel Bautner, you have the floor now for your initial comments.
Thank you. So, Madam Chair, you owe me a sheep. You owe me one. So after this, I think we'll talk offside, behind the tent, because you owe me one sheep. But thank you. So where I come from, when a boy becomes a man and is ready to get married, he identifies a bride. Then, of course, all the protocols are observed. Information is exchanged. We say that Madame de Silva's daughter, or rather son, wants to get married to Dr. Korating's son. So once that one is said, the man is never ever allowed to go to the bride's home alone. When it came to my time, I resisted. I was a little bit hard-headed. I questioned that, and I was told, stop it. And as I grew older, I learned to know why it is that way. It is only for one reason, that when you are alone, your weaknesses may overwhelm you if you're not careful. Whatever you say, whatever you do when you're alone, may not reflect the best of you. But when you go together to your bride's home, you rarely speak. When a question is asked, you point to your best man, the guy who speaks better, who is eloquent, who is humble, to speak for you. So in the eyes of your in-laws to be, you're a very strong man, well-crafted, composed. I learned that the hardest way. And that, together with the say that was said in the first session, that if you want to go fast, go alone. If you want to go far, go together. So those 2 points of view brings me to a point whereby I highly appreciate partnership. And I believe that whatever we do in this environment, in the changing world, it will be very, very hard to go alone. It doesn't matter how fast you want to move. You must move together. I come from the World Bank, and at the bank we have a vision. Our vision is a world free of poverty in a livable planet. A world free of poverty in a livable planet. And to help us achieve that, there are so many moving parts towards that vision. And one of them is anti-corruption and governance. And that's where I come from. Because we strongly believe that this is a very key factor in moving towards achieving our objectives and the overall vision of the World Bank. And then we've come to realize that we cannot do it alone. It's impossible. We can't. And on that note, we've identified partners that we work with. And we believe that should be the case, and is the case, for CAACC. Because the title of the topic of our discussion now is Enhancing Strategic Partnership, meaning it exists, just like you said. It's already there. So we want to make it better by sharing experiences, best practices, and lessons learned. So for us, we do that on 3 pillars. Pillar number 1 is knowledge. Pillar number 2, solutions. And pillar number 3, of course, financing. And again, where I come from, if I were to translate it loosely, we say that money is the soap of the heart. It washes the heart, it makes the heart happier, it makes the heart comfortable. So those 3 pillars, we put it together in our partnership so that we see how we can come together and work together to help us achieve both our institutions' objectives, both your objectives and our objectives, because we believe that partnership should be mutual. It should be complementary. Both of us should benefit. The biggest question that we always ask before we get into partnership is, where is the comparative advantage? What is it that if we did it together, we can achieve more than if we did it alone? And in that case, we've identified different kinds of partners. We have our fellow MDBs, multilateral development banks. We have our individual institutions, either public or private. Then we have groups of institutions, like associations, whether private or public. And then we have the overall private sector and regulatory authorities. So if you look at that framework, you capture almost everybody, and not forgetting the community that we serve. Partner number 1 should be the community that you serve, because without them, you wouldn't know what you are doing and why you are doing it. They're the reason where you are. So if you partner with them at the initial stage, all these others will follow in tandem. So what do we do when we have partnership? When we talk of knowledge, we partner in a situation whereby we share the knowledge that we have. We are put in an advantage position because we serve the globe. It becomes easier for us to access all kinds of information. We put it together, and then when we meet with our partners, we can share that information to help us strategize and do our work better. And I think that's why CAACC comes in. And then strengthening capacities. We reach out to our partners to try and build our own institutions, give and take, through training. In my own department, for example, we have a system whereby we can help, but we do help our partner institutions in developing training that helps them reach out. We offer financing and support in forensic labs, because right now you know that everything revolves around data. And I can guarantee you, for our institution that conduct investigations, the next 5 to 10 years, you won't be leaving your desk to go and do an investigation. You'll be simply punching buttons, and you'll be getting what you want. We are getting into the age of big data. So those are areas that we collaborate at. And then financing, of course. There are certain areas whereby we can sit around and agree where we can support you to grow certain objectives and areas of operation. So, Madam Chair, thank you very much.
Thank you very much. You've saved 1 minute. You've saved 1 minute. So you've done well. So let me come to Mr. Mongali from UNODC. Your initial remarks, please.
Thank you, moderator. Thank you, distinguished ladies and gentlemen. It is my pleasure to also share some thoughts and some ideas on how to enhance a strategic partnership, particularly for long-term Caacc sustainability. So I'm going to speak a little bit about sustainability. I'm going to speak a little bit about partnership. Obviously, coming from the UNODC, we have a very comprehensive partnership arrangement. Just like the World Bank is not something unique for international organizations. We work with development partners. We work with other international organizations. We work with the member states. So the partnership is quite comprehensive. A comprehensive partnership arrangement can also be very complex. It can be complex in the sense that sometimes when you collaborate and engage with one partner, you may also want to bring your other partner to be able to fulfill the needs of the stakeholders that will eventually benefit from that partnership arrangement. But then the first point that I want to highlight is that there is partnership and there is strategic partnership. You've got to look at this quite carefully. Strategic partnership cannot be casually seen as partnership. There is partnership and there's strategic partnership. What is strategic partnership? This is intentionally designed. It's something that is intentionally designed based on mutual trust, based on mutual respect. And what is the intention? The intention is to fulfill the needs of your stakeholders. There must be stakeholders somewhere. But when you partner, the whole interest is to meet the demands or the needs of your stakeholders. So that would be then strategic. But then let me give you a practical example. You will realize, moderator, that I'm going to be very practical in my approach. One morning, I visited the office of the center manager, the manager of the Commonwealth African Anti-Corruption Center, and I sat in his office. It's in the morning. You would expect to be welcomed with a very delicious cup of coffee, but he's not a coffee drinker. So we sat there. A few minutes, his phone rang, and he took the call, and I had the opportunity to just sit there and look around. And as I was looking around, I spotted on the corner a pull-up banner. On the pull-up banner, there's a vision and a mission statements of the center. And the vision statement is what caught my attention. And it says, to be a world-class African anti-corruption resource center. To be a world-class. Now my imagination ran so wild, and I said, so this is what the center wants to achieve, to be a world-class resource center. Forget about being an anti-corruption resource center, forget about African. If it's a world-class, it is out of this world. So you're going to look at this entity, you're going to look at the Commonwealth African Anti-Corruption Center, and you would say, wow, this is a world-class entity. And when you look at it, because it has very unique attributes to it, then you will say this is a world-class African, because in its approach is African, and its focus is African. So it is going to benefit a specific African stakeholder. So in its disposition, it is African. So you look at Caacc as a world-class entity with an African approach. But this is going to be an anti-corruption center. It's going to focus on anti-corruption. And in doing that, of course, you know about it. A lot was said about how it was established, what is its main focus. But then I sat there, and my imagination is running so wild, and I said, how do you become a world-class center? How do you become a world-class? You would then need to go beyond just mere establishment of partnerships. Partnerships, mere partnerships, not strategic partnerships, can happen in many ways. Two organizations can come together and sign a memorandum of understanding, and they go back to their respective places. The MOU on its own does not necessarily establish a partnership. The MOU must then crystallize into something that benefits the stakeholder. So if two law enforcement agencies, they sign MOU, they want to do something to combat crime so that the people, so that the society can be free of corruption or of crime. So how do you make this partnership strategic? How do you make it strategic? And I'm going to just give a few examples. And I would probably twist it around and say, how does Caacc build sustainable partnership arrangements that are strategic in nature? These relationships should be very substantive in essence. They must be meaningful in essence. So Caacc can establish a partnership with the UNODC. What is Caacc going to derive from this partnership arrangement with the UNODC? And what is the UNODC going to derive? So there must be something that is going to nourish the relationship between the two. And I'm just going to give you one example of how this can happen, specifically for the long-term sustainability of the center. There must be a co-creation of services with partners that are in a relationship that is based on mutual trust, that is based on mutual respect. So there must be co-creation of these programs. By that, I mean that the two organizations that come into this arrangement must be willing to contribute substantively to the development of a particular program. So in the case of Caacc, for example, I think it is about time. There is now 11 years, 10 plus 1, there is now 11 years. Going beyond that, what should you do now? Take this mandate to another level. Identify 1 or 2 or even 3 programs that you can say these are flagship program. And this flagship program this is what I will co-create and co-design and jointly deliver with my partners. And design this program in such a way that they will benefit the needs of our stakeholders. The stakeholders of the center is the stakeholders of the UNODC. So independently, the center will speak to the stakeholders, the UNODC will speak to the centers. Just last year, I was in Lesotho, I was in Eswatini, I was in Malawi. And in our engagements with our stakeholders, they mentioned that they will require technical assistance and capacity building on specific issues. And when I look at these things, their needs were something that could also be provided by the center. But now I have the partnership with the center. It is then about time that the UNODC and the center could then sit together and design a program that will meet the needs of Lesotho, that will meet the needs of Eswatini or Malawi or any of the member organizations of the 20 countries of the Commonwealth Africa. But then, point number 2, go beyond just the relationship with organizations such as the UNODC, the university, the World Bank, the AU, the FBI, and many others that you have. Your stakeholders can also be your partners. There's a wealth of experience within the anti-corruption agencies. And in some instances, you would have to tap into the expertise of these stakeholders to be able to meet the needs of other stakeholders. But in this case, your stakeholder then translate into being a key partner for you. Say, for example, the anti-corruption agency in Sierra Leone is well renowned for conducting very effective forensic investigations. They have the expertise. They have the people that can deliver these. They have the people that can develop the curriculum. So I think you can be creative and work with your stakeholders to also build solid programs that will be of long-term nature, that will be able to meet the needs of your stakeholders. So you can even then utilize them, and this we do quite frequently as the UNODC. We will be delivering training jointly with the Commonwealth African Anti-Corruption Center in Pretoria in April with our other partner, Open Ownership. So this is where partnership arrangements become complex now. There's no formal relationship or formal agreement between Commonwealth African Anti-Corruption Center and Open Ownership. But there is a partnership agreement between UNODC and Open Ownership. There is a partnership between UNODC and Caacc. And we, as the UNODC, we bring them the 3 together. They don't have to have any formal relationship. They don't have to have some sense of endearment to one another, but we bring them together. We have one thing in mind, our stakeholders, the anti-corruption agencies, we bring them together. And when we deliver this training, there are instances where we sit and we deliberately say, but yeah, I don't want a guy from Open Ownership to facilitate this session. Yeah, I don't want somebody from UNODC to tell us about how to conduct a financial investigation, to be able to identify a beneficial owner. So maybe we should go to the Special Investigating Unit in South Africa. They have done quite a number of investigations. And we have seen the reports that they have issued that are of public consumption, and they have talked about this phenomenon of beneficial ownership, and they have used a language that when you look at it, it's actually about beneficial ownership. You look at some of them, when they did the investigation of digital vibes, they've used a concept of fronting, meaning somebody is there as the owner, but there is a real owner somewhere that is unknown, and they have uncovered. So why can't we then ask Special Investigating Unit to come and facilitate that session and share knowledge and experience of how they uncover a beneficial owner? I hear that I'm irritating you a little bit. You're tapping your microphone. I'll stop there.
Thank you very much. From UNODC, FBI, African Development, African Union Advisory Board, and then the World Bank. Individual, unique institution or organization, and you support the center in your own unique way. How do you assess the effectiveness or like the indicators as to the support that you've given, and how do you assess how effective they've been? And I'll start from the World Bank.
So, thank you, Madam Chair, once again. I would be dishonest if I said that we've done anything substantive to CAACC that we can stand up for and say that now we want to evaluate that. But comparing what we've done to others and what we could have been to CAACC, I think at the end of your partnership, you should be able to look back and say, we started at this point, we wanted to get here, how far have we done? You do that by putting certain measurable indicators. For example, if we were to support them by building a campus, for example, to enroll 200 students at any given time, we'll be able to monitor that progressively over a stated period of time. If it was 2 years or 3 years, it's measurable. We've done that to other institutions as well, and we look forward to doing the same for CAACC. Thank you. Yeah.
I'm struggling with this, so I'll just hold it to my mouth. I would respond in the same way. I think this is something that going forward we may need to pay attention to and take stock of the impact of the relationship and the partnership. And like I said, I think some of the things that we are collaborating with, the way we've brought the CAACC on board, some of them are still a work in progress. And I think we need to be intentional about taking moments to stop, take stock, and just measure the impact. But I think the impact is more measurable at country level across the continent for some of the specific interventions, and some of them that we are proposing that we could do together, I think would be able to measure the gains.
Okay, so let me get your view on that from FBI.
Success is definitely something with anti-corruption in general that is, long-term strategy. I think just the fact that the CAACC has been around so long and has all the partnerships, is still very strong and are here today is a testament to it. I think overall, success eventually has to be captured through asset recovery and convictions of the criminals. And it is very difficult to capture that without those essential elements of stopping corruption. So I know a lot of times it does take 5 to 10 years to get to the point where we're actually seeing some success. So the little wins, I think, are important to seize upon, and just having the community here together is great, and to bring up some of those successes is key to keep everything going. So looking forward to working more with everyone here on that.
Okay, so.
UNODC.
Yes, UNODC.
So measuring success shouldn't be a mechanistic thing. I mean, it's a continuous process as you engage. Every time there are opportunities for you to pause a little bit and ask questions. Are we getting value out of this? Are we getting results out of this? What are we seeing? What observation are we making? Are our stakeholders coming more and more to ask for more services? It is a continuous thing. In the assessment, I don't think one should just assess independently from your partner. Sometimes create moments where you have those strategic conversations where you can reflect on what this partnership is yielding as contemplated from the conceptualization. So it shouldn't be something that has to be done periodically. It should be integrated in the pattern of your relationship with your partner.
Thank you very much. Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, I'll come to you if you have any contribution or question for my panelists. So if I see a hand, I'll be helped so that you can ask your question or if you have any contribution to add. Yes. Let me take, from here before I come to Dr. Koranteng. And the question can go to any of them, or if you want specifically, or anybody can answer. If you have a question for specific panelists, you can mention that one.
Good afternoon, and thank you for the opportunity. I think my question would more go to Mr. Mungano. I think he have dealt with this in some detail. My view is that in order to engage into a strategic partner with any other institution as an anti-corruption agency, that is the second step. Going into a strategic partnership is a second step. The first step for that anti-corruption agency would be to understand its own deficiencies in respect of the needs that it requires in order to become effective in combating corruption. So the agency should be able to understand what its short-term, medium to long-term goals are, so that as it engages into that strategic partnership, it is very clear as what it would like to benefit or to leverage from that kind of a relationship. So in short, it becomes imperative for any anti-corruption agency to be able to be clear in respect of what it would like to benefit from a strategic partnership. It needs to understand itself to then say that in order for us to be successful, this is what we need to have. If we fail to have this within the short, medium to long term, it means that we will become redundant or obsolete, or will be overtaken by crime. So that is the point I just wanted to raise, to say that a strategic partnership is informed by clarity from an anti-corruption agency in respect of what it requires and what its deficiencies are, so that it builds on that as it enters into that kind of an arrangement.
Thank you. I think this is a contribution rather than a question.
Yes. It's a mere contribution.
So I'll come to Dr. Koranteng. This is Dr. Koranteng.
Yeah, thank you, Madam Chairperson. I think mine also is not going to be a question, it's going to be just a contribution. The Caacc, as we know, is a different entity altogether. It is not anti-corruption agency. If you look at, I'm happy that the UNODC mentioned about the mission. That why the mission means why the organization exists. Why was it created? What business and the purpose for the organization? That's your mission. And in fact, when we started first, one of the founding partners was UNODC, Tim Steele. I met him last year in December in Atlanta, and we're talking about the center, because he was there right from the beginning. He and Bridget, yes, they were with us, supported us. Our first program that we ran, UNODC was there, World Bank was there, UNDP was there. So they knew right from the beginning they've been with us. They've sponsored us in the initial stages, UNODC. What I want to say is that the center is more or less a forum, a platform, a place, an entry point into Africa, anti-corruption, Commonwealth Africa. So the success of the center is the success of the anti-corruption agencies themselves. The center is just a vehicle. So if one of the things you have to bear in mind that if you want to reach all the anti-corruption agencies, the center is one-stop shop for you to reach the rest. So you made a point that if you go to Malawi or Eswatini and they have certain needs, and you do your needs analysis and realize that all the other African Commonwealth countries have similar needs, that's where the center comes in. So you have a strategic partner with the center that you can come and bring all these agencies, common needs, to the center at one-stop shop. Then you can reach out to them because that's the same thing I was doing. Because I realized that I couldn't go to each of these countries. That's why we said the center, that you can pull all of them together and give them the same kind of skills, knowledge. So I think in going to the next phase, we should look at the center as a vehicle that each of us can use to reach our individual anti-corruption agencies. That's a major role. But the center is not an anti-corruption agency itself. They facilitate. So if you look at the mission, you say we support anti-corruption agencies' initiatives, anti-corruption initiatives for our member countries, for anti-corruption agencies in Commonwealth Africa. So I think we want to make that point so that we know that use the center to reach out, particularly when you want to reach out to all these agencies who have a common need. Then the center comes in. So if you all have a strategic partnership with the center, that means the center is available for you to use. Whatever your program is for Africa, Commonwealth Africa, you use the center to reach out to them. So whether it's a training, whether it's research, because again, the UNODC have worked with us in the past in terms of research where we map out all the anti-corruption agencies' needs in Commonwealth Africa. We had 22 variables that we subjected all the anti-corruption agencies and see if you want to call yourself as effective anti-corruption agencies. You should have all these 22 variables in place, including policies and other areas, so many of them, administrative, technical, legal, and whatever. The UNODC supported us, and we mapped it out. So going forward, we want to build on that. So FBI, if you want to reach Africa anti-corruption agencies that you don't have any relationship with them, use the center. Because once you touch the center, you're touching all the agencies in Commonwealth Africa, 22 of them, 23 of them, easily, instead of going to them one by one and one. The AU Advisory Board, we have worked with you in the past. Again, I know the AU, your mandate is more than the center mandate in terms of Commonwealth Africa, which is 23 out of the 50, whatever. But again, what you can do for this, use the center to reach the English speaking. The same way you can use the center also if you come and say, look, I have a need for the non-English speaking countries. The center will be prepared because we have done that in South Africa where the African Development Bank used the center and we deliver programs where the non-English speaking countries came in Pretoria. They gave us interpreters and then we reached out to them. And then we brought them because the African Development Bank was saying that they realized the English speaking countries are doing far better than the non-English speaking. So whatever we are doing for the African English-speaking countries. We should do similar thing for the non-English-speaking countries. And that's why we worked with them and try to help our sister non-English African countries. So the AU, you have all of Africa. You can again also have a strategic partner with the center to use the platform that we have created to reach the whole of Africa. Because if the whole of Africa anti-corruption work is enhanced, all of us will be happy. So again, I'm just trying to draw your attention to the kind of partnership you can have with the center. The center is just a vehicle to reach out there. It's one-stop shop. So that is what I want to.
Thank you very much. Please, I saw a hand here, if you can.
Do you allow me to
Yes,
just
okay.
add a rider
Yes,
on what Dr.
Please allow him to respond before you come in.
Kuranting, I just said. So Roger, you hit the nail on the head. As I was talking, I mentioned this principle of comparative advantage. So from our side, we use that principle quite a lot, in the sense that what can we do together to reach a wider audience? So from our point of view, we look at it that rather than going to each and every agency and offering training or helping them to establish their own training shops, why don't we identify a partner that is able to do this in one go while serving everybody? And that concept or principle has worked for us in a big magnitude, and we're looking forward actually to applying it for Caacc going forward. Thank you.
Thank you. My name is James Onying Penyui. I'm from the Inspector of Government, Uganda. Mine is about sustainability. From what I hear Doctor has been saying, he has been shopping for the money which finances Caacc operations. And from the recent past, what I saw happening and it is being broadcast, some of the donors can easily pull out any time, and that could create a crisis for this institution, which really is benefiting all of us. So I'm asking a question. As the agency, as the country which are benefiting from the center, isn't there something we can do ourselves to support the center, particularly financing, other than always waiting for somebody else to actually finance it? Yes, today we are being fully supported by Commonwealth, by the World Bank and other institutions. Supposing they pull out or they don't give enough funding, what would happen? Can't we also consider as a country or as agency to start contributing to the center so that there is sustainability? Thank you.
This question, I think I'll ask Dr. Kuranting to help me answer that. Doc.
Thank you. Thank you for the question, my brother from Uganda. Yes. What we're saying was the original intention of the agreement that was signed between the Botswana government and Commonwealth Secretariat, that we're supposed, Commonwealth Secretariat committed 1 million for 4 years, 250,000 a year for the activities of the center. And after the 4 years, member countries who are the beneficiaries have to now support the center. And also we also ask the international development partners also to support us. I must say, the member countries have started thinking about that, because in our association, a time came when we have to discuss how can the member countries support the center. You know, we have instituted subscription fees that each association member have to pay. Originally it was 3,000 per annual per each member. And we started it long ago. When we realized that the funding for the center is falling on the association or individual anti-corruption members, we increased the subscription fee from 3,000 to 3,500 US dollars. And the extra $500 per annum was supposed to go to support the center. And that was the decision the association took years ago. So I know that the $500 per month is not enough, but at least it was a good beginning. It was a good first step. Going forward, the association themselves will come together again and see whether we should increase it a little bit. Because I know that even members of the association belong to other associations in the same continent. And each of them pay, some of them pay $15,000 a year towards their association. But the Commonwealth Association, we pay only $3,500. And even with that, we can safely say that we have even been able to mobilize on our own over $500,000 in our bank account. All because that money was supposed to be a buffer for the association, so long as the Commonwealth funding was up and running. Now the Commonwealth funding is dwindling, which I foresaw that a time will come. So now we are on our own, more or less, trying to support. I must say that in terms of the sustainability, it's not only the funding. And I think some of these ideas also have been discussed before, that we should tap into our own existing resources. South Africa has very good resources when it comes to forensic audit. Nigeria may have other resources. Other countries, anti-corruption agents may have other resources. DCEC may have other resources. So why don't we use them instead of going to bring consultants and pay them money? Why don't we do exchange programs within the continent among our own and use our own internal resources? Because the advantage is that when you use your own resource on the continent, the learning curve is shorter because we understand each other. The terms we use is common on the continent. So I think in terms of sustainability, that is what we should also look at, to use our internal resources. If we don't have that resource on the continent, then we can go outside and bring their resources. So all these things also will help in the sustainability of the center. Because let's face it, even though the center is located in Botswana, it's not Botswana Center. It's a center for the whole of the Commonwealth of Africa. It's for us. So we should all contribute and make sure that it is sustainable, it is deliver on what we want to deliver with the support of the international partners, which also have the same vision as the Commonwealth African Anti-Corruption Center, fighting corruption. That's our vision. So all of us have common vision. So we should all work together. And that's what I would say. Thank you.
Thank you very much. All too soon. Our 1 hour is up. But before I say thank you to my panelists, I want them to have a minute for their closing remarks. And I'll start from my right.
Thank you, Madam Chair. My closing remarks is that partnership, there's no question about it. We need it. We cannot do without it. And it is also critical that as we move along, let's all be cognizant of the fact that relationships are likely to shift over time because interests change, objectives change, and we need to keep on checking on this as we move forward with partners so that we don't lose track. I may be your partner today because we want to achieve object A, but all along the line, my interests change, my objectives change, my vision can change. And if you keep that in check, you will have a perfect working partnership that will be long-term and sustainable. Thank you.
Thank you, Madam.
Yeah, for me, I think totally agreed. Partnerships are the way to go. They are critical, and we just need to remain committed to supporting the CAACC. I think they've come a long way. 11 years is a long time. And I totally agree with the fact that we need to co-create some of the interventions, programs together with the center. And that entails a lot of the things that the fellow speakers have talked about: mutual respect, mutual accountability, co-creating. So just to commit from the AUABC point of view, that we are committed to work with the center and take us to the next 10 years plus one.
Thank you. David?
Yeah, I think the most sustainable thing about a partnership is having mutual success together. The more success that we have working with each other, the more we're going to want to work with those partnerships. The more convictions we get, the more assets we bring back, the more corruption we prevent. Using certain partnerships, we're going to continue going to that same well and get closer and closer with the partnership. So I'm looking forward to sharing in that success going forward in the future.
You have the final say.
Thank you, Madam. We believe in the vision of the center. And as the NODC, we're quite passionate about this concept of the center, and we believe that the center can be able to reposition itself for sustainability by rethinking some of the approaches and methodologies, some of the sentiments expressed from the floor, that they would have to know exactly what are the needs of the anti-corruption agencies. They would have to understand how they can meet those needs and work with their stakeholders, work with their partners in making sure that the needs of their stakeholders are met.
Thank you very much. On that note, I want to say thank you to my panelists who have shared their thoughts and views on strengthening partnership and also the way forward, how we can leverage on the existing partnership that we have to ensure that the mission and vision of Caacc is achieved. Thank you very much, and I want to say happy birthday to Caacc. Thank you.
Thank you very much to our exquisite moderator for this final panel discussion, Mame ya Tiwa Adodankwa Raholeboga Motomontle, Executive Director of the Economic and Organized Crime Office, EOCO, in Ghana. Well, ladies and gentlemen, at this moment, as the esteemed panelists make their way back to residence of their seats, it is now time for the wrap-up, which is essentially a summary of main takeaways from panel discussions held today. To deliver this wrap-up, please join me in welcoming to the podium Ethics and Anti-Corruption Commission Kenya, Dr. Cecilia Mutuku.
Good afternoon. Good afternoon. I can see we are still awake as we come to the close of the day. Mine is the most simple assignment because what I'm doing is just to wrap up what we have gone through in the first panel and the second panel. I believe the Secretariat had some notes which will add up to what I'll be able to present. So as we are aware, the first panel was on strengthening partnership opportunities to enhance capacity building for the next 10 years. And our first speaker, just to highlight the key issues he brought forth, that was Justice Moroka. At least from where I come from, there's no fining, so I'll not expect to be fined for wrong pronunciation. He had some really, I was very encouraged when he said first he's a key partner to the center, which to me that was very profound, and the same also came up from the professor from Botswana University. So listening to our presenters, really the partnerships are already existing with the judiciary and the academia in Botswana. So that is really a very strong starting point. But some of the key issues he brought up, one of it was that we should know who our partners are. And one thing he raised, he said one of the most fundamental or key partner as we identify the partners is the society. And I agree. Another presenter talked about schools and the churches be really fundamental partners.
Another partner he identified was the private sector, and he described the private sector, with all due respect to anybody from the private sector here, he identified them as the corrupter and the corruptee. And then, of course, the intelligence agencies, and he had some strong words for them. I remember him saying that what they give is both a mix of truths and lies. So for us to sustain a successful prosecution, what we must have is evidence, not intelligence. And he further re-emphasized this by saying that intelligence is more about noise, but it leads to less prosecution. To me, that was a major take-home, that let's really not focus on the intelligence is good, which he called thunder without lightning, which was really a major take-home. So really, the key take-home is focus on the evidence, not the intelligence. Then he also raised up the issue of the key characteristics of anti-corruption agencies, which we need to be very aware of. And the first one was about being independent and autonomous. That is without relying on external influence. But something which he really overemphasized was about security of tenure for its leaders. I don't know where your institution is at this point, but I believe one of us, most of us, maybe it's in the Constitution, our institutions. And the other one is said we must adhere to ethics. This is very critical for us as the people who are in this assignment. The other issue he talked about was about the capacity of us, as the capacity of the partners. And when he talked about capacity, he was very keen on talking about professionalism, where he emphasized that we should not be used as part of the political war. Because when we get engaged in that, then we lose our mandate, what we are expected to do. Next was Mr. Litelu from Lesotho, and the key issue he raised was about partners, need to partner strategically, and of emphasis was about academies. We have been told that South Africa is having an academy on integrity, and I'm proud to say, even as in Kenya, we are having the National Academy, the National Integrity Academy, and I request you to see me on the side to see how we can benefit on that. Then Dr. Musa was very, really, he talked about let's think outside the boundaries and talking about collaborations, not competition, and very keen on how we can exchange ideas and programs, not necessarily through the formal systems. And finally, he talked about how we should really be keen on prevention through ensuring that there's no budgeted corruption, or how we monitor budgets from the word go. Finally, in this panel was Dr. Munya. Hope that's the one from the university, and I liked his approach where he told us that we are focusing too much on laws, and he said we should, to use not his words, thinking outside the box. And he talked about issues to do that we are living in an era of complexity, what I can describe here as a VUCA world. For those in academia, about a very vulnerable and uncertain, complex world. Those are sentiments which were first stated by Madam May, who said that criminals are really way ahead of us, and we should ensure that we are working with accredited training institutions so that we are not being caught off guard. So it was more on us not just relying on the current issues, but to be able to look at the future, look at the next 10 years and see really how will this war on corruption be. And from there, we start asking ourselves, what capacity will we need for us to be prepared for the next 10 years? What opportunities for partnerships do we have? And what are the likely challenges? In short, maybe coming from the academia, it was looking for what researchers call the one husband and 4 wives. You know, the how, what, when, and why, with all due respect to the ladies. Then, just our final presentation or panel, which has just ended, and it was about enhancing. That means that already we have the partnerships, and it was focusing on enhancing the strategic partnerships. And I like that the emphasis was on strategy, not just partnerships. And first presenter was David from FBI. And something of which caught my attention, he said that as part of their work, they help in investigations on any issues to do with the dollars. That was a bit interesting. And his way of presentation was quite simplified, realistic, and I liked how some of the proposals he has given to enhance these partnerships. And the first one is said, for us to have effective partnerships, we must have trust. Trust, and that is the information we are given. What are we using it for? The minute we go outside that boundary, then it breaks the trust. He talked about test partnerships. Don't wait until there's a crisis. Then that's when now you want to approach a partner and try to really get information in times of crisis. To me, these are things which are not in theory, which are not in a book, but a practical experience, and that's what I can call the social capital, and he said you have to build it over time. You know, in normal life, I don't know whether it happens to you, there are some friends, when they call you, you know that they have an emergency. There's a funeral coming about. I think what she was telling us, don't call when you have an emergency. Try to call me under normal circumstances and find how I am, even when, just to simplify it, before a crisis. So he said, let's test partnerships so that in times of crisis, already we are well prepared. And he also emphasized about change management in terms of partnerships. If we established a partnership with you, when I leave or when I exit, please introduce me to the next person so that there's sustainability and there's continuity. And he really talked about, you know, that familiarity face to face so that you are not a stranger in the issue of partnership. For Honorable Yvonne, I know you started off by being concerned about the many gentlemen, at least there's a lady to do the wrap-up. And you talked about that already you have been collaborating with the Commonwealth Africa, with the center already, and you talked about proposals for homegrown tools, which I fully agree. This was in relation to the Corruption Perception Index, where we are not rating very well. And you said you are working on something which we can test and see how we rate. I believe, I hope the results will show that at least our effort is being rewarded. Then, of course, you talked about setting up research networks on topical issues to come up with findings which enhance strategies. You've also talked about formalizing the partnership MOU, which you have already working with the center, and I hope that moves faster. And also, you have talked about the center should think of partnerships which are outside the traditional sectors, and I think that has been emphasized here by previous speakers. And finally, you talked about the center should offer timely and topical issues. very important, so that you attract, or the center attracts many institutions to the programs which are being offered. Finally, Samuel from World Bank, he talked about, of course, re-emphasized the importance of partnerships, and he said when you walk alone, you walk faster, but when you work together, of course, you go further as a group. And he said that the partnerships in the World Bank, there are 3 pillars, which is knowledge, solutions, and finances. And from his presentation, he says that partnership should be beneficial to all the partners, and he talked about that they train for partners to be able even to train training programs which are useful. And they also offer financial support in some areas. Finally, there was Mr. Mongare, from where I come from. That combination of words does not exist, so please forgive me for that, from UNODC. And he talked about comprehensive partnerships which can be very complex. And the issue which he has talked about and which he has re-emphasized is strategic partnership is intentionally designed with respect to meet the needs of stakeholders. That one came out very clearly. It's about the stakeholders and about MOUs, which must crystallize to the benefit of the stakeholders. Bottom line, it should be about the population, which we are representing, among other issues. Just to summarize, there has been questions on whether we are monitoring the effectiveness of our programs, and I think that's a major take-home, that this one we should take it to the next level about monitoring the effectiveness of the programs and also enhancing research. I believe when we have research, it is very important so that when we make decisions, they are based on facts which have been found from the findings. And something else coming up, let's focus on homegrown solutions. And our Dr. Corentin summarized it very well, that we have a lot of potential among us. Let's tap our own resources in the continent for sustainability. The center is ours. It's our responsibility to make sure that it moves excellently to the next level. And I finalize with one of our core values where I work with, ESCC, courage. What we do is not a simple job. I encourage us, even as we continue to undertake this major assignment, we move with courage, which is one of our core values at ESCC. Thank you so much.
Ladies and gentlemen, that was Commissioner Dr. Cecilia Mutuku, Ethics and Anti-Corruption Commission from Kenya. Thank you so much, my lady, for the exquisite summary and wrap-up of the main takeaways from today's panel discussions. Well, ladies and gentlemen, at this moment, it's time for the final appearance on the podium, and that is most appropriately the CAACC manager, Mr. Mogolodi S. Rantsetse, to deliver the closing remarks. Let's receive him.
In the interest of time, ladies and gentlemen, allow me to observe protocol. My name is, it has just been said, Mogolodi Sonic Rantsetse, the Commonwealth Africa Anti-Corruption Center manager, and I'm doing this task on behalf of Commonwealth Africa Anti-Corruption Center staff, and again, on my behalf. Distinguished guests from the Commonwealth Africa Anti-Corruption agencies, Commonwealth Africa Anti-Corruption Center strategic partners, and partners to be in the next 10 years, good afternoon. Looking at how the events unfolded today, the day was just too short. Led by Director General Dr. Goranteng from Commonwealth Secretariat and De Silva from Seychelles Anti-Corruption Commission, we enjoyed putting this event together thanks to the modern technology. I would therefore like to express my warm thanks to all of you to grace this occasion. Most importantly to the panelists who managed to share the information relevant to the topics which they were given. Thanks again to Doctor for making that clarity and the last submission that he made as to what Caacc is all about. Caacc is not an anti-corruption agency, but indeed it is a vehicle through which the anti-corruption agencies are equipped with the necessary knowledge and skills that they need in fighting corruption. The excitement and happiness expressed by the Director General DCEC was awesome. Can we allow her to show us the Michael Jackson moves? I don't know if she's here just to show one or two dances. If she's not here, I'll ask Meman Dlovu to come over the stage just to do so. I hope I'm not going to be punished for posing these requests. DG, I must thank you so much for your generosity you have shown in preparation for this Caacc 10+1 anniversary. You availed all the resources which were highly needed to make this event a success. And indeed, it is a success. In advance, thank you for showing those signs of supporting Commonwealth Africa Anti-Corruption Center in any way possible, and underline that. I'm saying this in advance. As expressed by the chairman of the Association of Anti-Corruption Center in Commonwealth Africa, May De Silva, some capacity building programs are recurring in the Commonwealth Africa Anti-Corruption Center training calendar. I think those who have attended or those who have sent their officers to the center, they have noticed that too. Other speakers also indicated that emphasis must be on financial investigations and cybercrime, as they are a source of concern in the fight against corruption. Based on this, Caacc promised not to lose sight of this. Therefore, our annual training calendars will also have those topics which make anti-corruption agencies' efforts to be more effective in the fight against corruption. Ladies and gentlemen, the message by Secretary General represented by Dr. Roger Goranteng this morning was in order. Her office has always acceded to our request for funding and other resources. The 3/4 of the 15 passports stamped at point of entrance by Dr. Roger says it all. He is always here for one main reason: to come and impart knowledge to the anti-corruption agencies and oversight institution officers. The average corruption perception index performance by the Commonwealth African countries from 31% 10 years before 2013 and improved average performance of 38% 10 years after 2013 is a milestone we are here to celebrate today. His Excellency, the President of the Republic of Botswana, Dr. Mokgweetsi Eric Masisi, highlighted Commonwealth Africa Anti-Corruption Center strategy by sharing with this House how we pursue our mandate. We research, do analysis of policies of the anti-corruption agencies, and also do capacitation of anti-corruption officers, and encourage networking and sharing of information among the anti-corruption agencies of the Association of Anti-Corruption Agencies in Commonwealth Africa and beyond this body. Promotion of ethics, integrity, and good governance calls for your efforts, as this can result in eradication of this scourge called corruption. As Mr. Ramukoro asserted in his deliberation, entrenchment of good practices needs to be observed and practiced through partnerships among public and private institutions. Ladies and gentlemen, Justice Lord Moroka is a true partner to Commonwealth Africa Anti-Corruption Center. For the past 11 years and 2 days, Justice Lord Moroka has never turned down our request to come and facilitate and be a resource person. He is committed He is committed to seeing the Commonwealth Africa Anti-Corruption Center delivering its mandate. We salute you, sir. In conclusion, to combat corruption, we must all become agents of change and introduce a global culture of transparency, a strong rule of law, and political will. That is a quotation from Kofi Annan, the former Secretary General of United Nations. If we are to achieve this, we must set aside distinctions between the public and private spheres. We must work together. After all, we share the same problems. Let us share the same solutions. The river does not drink its own water, neither can the tree eat its own fruits. This is what was said by Justice Lord Moroka. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Re Rantsetse, Ra go leboga e le ruri, Motsadi, and congratulations indeed, sir, to yourself and your very hardworking team on what you've managed to pull off in this full day, and all the best for everything you plan for tomorrow. Ladies and gentlemen, mine is very short. I do not want to be a girl standing between delegates and their networking session. So mine is very brief, which is just to say all DCEC staff, as well as, of course, the CAACC team that is with us today, you are all cordially invited to join the delegates at the networking and cocktail session, which is taking place promptly at 6 o'clock at the Three Chiefs Monument. Will your favorite MC from Botswana be there? Absolutely. I'll be off duty so we can catch up and get to know each other a little bit better. Otherwise, ladies and gentlemen, wherever it is that you came from, it was a privilege serving before you. To all of my countrymen and their leaders, thank you so much, dear leadership, for trusting me with this handsome honor. Until we congregate again at an event of this magnitude, inshallah, my name remains Oratile Jazal Kebakile. May God bless you and keep you. Ke a leboga. Well, I suppose I'm looking forward to the cocktail so much, I'm willing to rush straight there. I've just been reminded that you can enjoy some tea on your way to your hotels as you go to refresh, and find me waiting for you at the Promised Land. Thank you for your kind attention.
Le uve no che rive, silla non ne te